Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. August on Silver Lake. The cabin smelled the same as it always did. Pine, old cedar, the faint mineral breath of the lake coming through the screen door. Clara Whitmore set her grocery bag on the counter and stood very still, listening to the particular silence of the place. Somewhere out on the water, a loon called once, then again, the second cry rising into the question the first had asked. 15 Augusts. She'd been 27 the first time she came. She was 42 now. The cabin had not changed. The blue enamel coffee pot still sat on the back burner of the stove. The braided rug had faded another shade closer to the colour of dust. The bookshelf still held the same paperbacks, left by guests who had stopped finishing things. A Maeve Binchy with a broken spine, a Wallace Stegner with a pressed leaf at page 61, a Mary Oliver whose cover was soft as cloth from handling. She unpacked slowly. Tea, pencils, the wool blanket her grandmother had knitted before Clara was born, the one she brought everywhere and used nowhere except here. 3 novels she would probably not finish, a box of watercolours, a sketchbook with a cracked leather cover, half filled with last August drawings. Outside, a car door closed. She paused, a sleeve of crackers in her hand. The neighbouring cabin had stood empty every August she could remember. Once or twice she'd seen a caretaker checking the shutters, but no one had stayed there. The emptiness had been part of the gift, a buffer, a silence, permission to be alone without witness. She set down the crackers and stepped onto the porch. A man was lifting a canoe paddle from the trunk of a dark green Subaru. He had his back to her, tall, lean, a flannel shirt rolled to the elbows, hair the colour of wet bark, threaded heavily with grey at the temples. He turned, perhaps feeling her there, and the paddle paused in his hand. For a second he simply looked at her. Then something shifted across his face. Surprise, recognition, a slow, disbelieving smile. Clara Whitmore? She blinked at him. 15 years collapsed inward like a folded map. Will? My God! He laughed, the way people laugh when they've been startled into honesty. I almost didn't. You have more grey, she said, because it was the first true thing that came to her. You have less of everything else. He shook his head, still smiling. I mean, you look the same. You look exactly the same. Forgive me. I haven't spoken to a person in 2 days. I've lost the thread. You're staying here? 3 weeks, maybe 4. He glanced at the cabin behind him as though confirming it was still there. And you? All of August. I come every year. Every year. He repeated it softly, as if turning a stone over to see what was underneath. They stood 10 feet apart on the pine-needled ground between their cabins, and neither of them seemed quite able to move. A breeze came off the lake and lifted a strand of hair across her face. She tucked it behind her ear and was surprised to find her fingers unsteady. Coffee, she said. In the morning, if you'd like. I'd like. She nodded once, retreated into the cabin and closed the door behind her with the careful quiet of someone who had just been handed something fragile. She stood in the middle of the kitchen for a long moment. Then she pressed her palm flat against the countertop, as though to verify that she had not dreamed the last 3 minutes. 15 years ago she had sat on a dock with a young married history teacher, and they had talked about Borges and roof pitches and the constellation Lyra, and at the end of 4 days she had walked back to her fiancé and never said his name aloud again. She'd not forgotten him. She'd simply set him on a shelf in a part of her mind she did not visit often. The shelf, it turned out, had been load-bearing. He came at 7, because she had not specified a time, and 7 seemed honest. She was already on the porch with the kettle on, wearing a grey cardigan over a linen shirt, her hair pinned up in the loose knots she favoured when no one was looking. The morning was cool and silver. Mist sat low on the water and the far shore had disappeared into it entirely. "I didn't know if you took anything in it," she said when he climbed the porch steps. "Black. Still." I remembered. I just didn't trust the memory. He sat in the wicker chair across from her and accepted the mug with both hands the way people do when they want the warmth as much as the drink. The screen door creaked behind her in the small breeze. A jay scolded something in the pines. "You're an architect now," he said. "I was an architect then." "Apprenticing. You said the firm in Chicago. Has it been—" "The same firm, yes." "And the houses you wanted to build? Warm rooms, low ceilings in the right places?" She set her cup down. "You remember that?" "I remember most of it." She didn't know what to do with that, so she looked at the lake. Mist was beginning to lift in long, slow ribbons. A loon surfaced near the dock, looked at them with one red eye, and dove again. "And you," she said, "teaching. Teaching. 23 years now. Same school. I keep meaning to leave and I keep not leaving. Columbus. Columbus." A pause opened between them, the kind that 15 years earlier would have been awkward and now was simply space. She'd forgotten that some silences were not empty, some were furnished. "Emily," she said carefully, because his ring finger was bare and because the air around him had a quality she recognised. 4 years ago," he said, "ovarian cancer. It was fast." He turned his mug in his hands. "She always wanted to come here. I never brought her. I don't know why. I keep thinking about it. I'm sorry, Will. Thank you." He looked up at her, and his hazel eyes were tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. "And you? You were engaged." "He left," she said, and was surprised at how easily it came. 9 years ago. There was no one else. He just stopped being in love with me. He was very kind about it." "That's the worst kind." "Yes." They sipped their coffee. The mist on the lake had begun to glow from underneath, as though some lamp had been switched on beneath the water. "I won't ask if you're seeing anyone," he said, "because I've decided to stop asking questions like that. They make people lie." "I'm not." "All right." "Are you?" "No." "All right." It should have been heavier than it was. Instead, it felt the way it had felt 15 years ago, like sitting down after standing for a long time. By the end of the first week, the rhythm had set itself without either of them naming it. Mornings, coffee on her porch, because the sun came in on her side first. Late mornings, a walk along the rocky beach where she gathered flat stones for no reason, and he told her the geological history of glacial moraines as though she had asked. Afternoons, he read on his porch, she sketched on hers, and the distance between them was a kind of conversation. Evenings, they ate together, sometimes at her small table, more often at his larger one because his kitchen had better light. He cooked simply. Pasta with butter and pepper, trout he had not caught from the marina freezer, eggs at any hour. She had not eaten with another person at home regularly in 9 years. She had forgotten that the act itself was a kind of touch. On the 4th evening he played a record. Bill Evans, something slow and full of pauses. She had not heard the album in 20 years, and the opening bars surprised her into stillness with her fork halfway to her mouth. "Sunday at the village Vanguard," she said. "You know it." "My father had it. He used to play it on Sundays." "It's a Sunday record. He had taste. He had Sundays." He smiled at her across the table. Outside, the light was beginning to turn the colour of weak tea. He refilled her glass without asking. "What do you draw these days?" he said. "Houses mostly. Elevations, sections. I don't draw for myself often." "What did you used to draw?" She thought about it. "People. When I was young. I stopped." "Why?" "They moved," she said, and was surprised at her own joke. He laughed. and it was a real laugh, surprised and warm, and she watched it move across his face and felt something inside her chest unclench by a single notch. On the 8th day they took out the rowboat. He rowed. She trailed her hand in the water. The lake was so still that the pines on the far shore lay doubled beneath them, green over green, and the boat seemed to be suspended in the middle of a long-held breath. "Do you still draw when you are unhappy?" he said. She lifted her hand from the water. Drops fell back, making slow ripples that spread until they touched the boat. "You remember that? You told me once, 15 years ago, on the dock. You said drawing was the only thing that didn't expect anything from you." "I said that. You said that." She looked at him. He'd stopped rowing. The oars rested across his knees, dripping silver into the lake. His face was open and patient. "I draw less now," she said. "I think because I am less unhappy, or I have agreed to be less unhappy. I'm not sure those are the same thing." He didn't answer for a moment. Then he said, "I think they are not the same thing." She looked away at the shoreline, at a single pine that leaned toward the water as though trying to read its own reflection. Her throat felt tight in a way that had nothing to do with crying. "You're a dangerous person, Will Bennett," she said lightly, because she had to say something. "Why?" "Because you listen." He picked up the oars again. "I'll try to be worse at it." "Please don't." The storm came on the 12th night. It had been building all afternoon. The lake had turned the colour of pewter. The air had grown thick and the loons had gone quiet. By the time she crossed the grass to his cabin for dinner, the first drops were falling, fat and warm, raising small explosions of dust on the path. They ate by the window and watched it come. By the time he was clearing the plates, the rain was a wall, white and roaring on the roof, and then the lights flickered, dimmed, and went out. "Ah," he said in the dark. "Lantern. Lantern. Hold on." She heard him moving in the kitchen, the scrape of a drawer, the small mechanical sound of a match. A glow bloomed against the cabin wall and steadied. He brought the lantern to the low table by the fireplace, lit a second one, and sat down on the rug with his back against the couch. After a moment she joined him, tucking her feet beneath her. The cabin was suddenly very small. Amber light pooled around them. The rain pressed in from every direction. The world outside had been abolished. "I should read aloud to you," he said. "It's that kind of weather." "Please don't pick a history book." "I was absolutely going to pick a history book," she laughed. He reached behind himself and pulled a thick volume from the bottom of a stack, a worn green hardcover with gilt lettering rubbed nearly to nothing. "A Brief History of the Lake Country," he announced solemnly. "Volume 1. There's a Volume 2? There must be, otherwise it wouldn't say 1. He opened it at random and began to read in the voice of a Victorian explorer, all rolled R's and unwarranted gravitas, about the migration patterns of the common loon. She tried to keep a straight face. She lasted 40 seconds. By the time he reached the second paragraph, in which a loon was described as conducting itself with considerable dignity for a waterfowl, she was laughing so hard her eyes streamed. "Stop," she gasped. "Stop. I'm going to choke. I am reading you literature. You're reading me a county pamphlet. It's a county pamphlet with feeling." She put her face in her hands and laughed until she had to lean her forehead against his shoulder for balance. He went still beneath her, the book lowering slowly in his hands. She felt the small, careful breath he took. She did not move away. The rain came down, the lantern light flickered. After a moment he set the book aside and rested his cheek for 1 second, just one, against the top of her head. Neither of them spoke for a long time after that. The next morning he found her on her porch and said, "Your hair is loose. I forgot to pin it." "Don't pin it." She didn't. On the 16th night around the fire he told her about Emily. He had not meant to. They had been talking about something else, about a teacher of his from graduate school, a man who quoted Thucydides at dinner parties, and the story had drifted, the way stories do beside fires. And then he was inside the year that Emily had been ill, and she was listening, and he could not seem to stop. He told her about the diagnosis, delivered in an office with a poster of a kitten clinging to a tree branch. He told her about the way Emily had laughed in the parking lot afterward, not because anything was funny, but because she did not yet know what else to do with her face. He told her about the 14 months. He told her about the night she died, and the strange, terrible relief of it, and the worse guilt of the relief. He told her about the 2 years after, in which he had not played music, had not fished, had not driven anywhere new, had taught his classes and come home and sat in the kitchen until it was time to sleep. Clara did not interrupt. She did not offer the small consolations people offer when they are uncomfortable with grief. She sat with her knees drawn up under her chin and her arms around her shins, and she watched his face in the firelight, and when he was finished she said, "You loved her very much." "Yes." "And you don't know what to do with the part of you that's still alive." He looked at her. His eyes shone wet in the firelight but didn't spill. "No," he said, "I don't." She reached across the small distance between their chairs and put her hand on his. He turned his hand over and laced his fingers through hers. They sat like that for a long time, not speaking, while the fire burned down and the loons called once across the water and were answered far away by another loon she could not see. The next week was the happiest week of her adult life, and she knew it while it was happening, which she had not known was possible. They swam in the mornings before the wind came up. He was a stronger swimmer than she was. He would float on his back beside her, his hair dark and slick, his arms making small lazy sculls, and tell her about his students, about a girl who had written a paper arguing that the Peloponnesian War had been Sparta's fault, about a boy who came in early every day to read poetry he would not admit to liking. They drove into town on the rough washboard road, and he bought her a cinnamon roll the size of a salad plate from a bakery, run by two sisters who treated him as though they had known him for years, because they had. She bought him a used copy of a Sand County almanac from a junk store with a goat in the yard. They argued about whether the goat had been included in the asking price. They sat on the dock at night and counted satellites. He knew the names of more constellations than she did, but she knew the names of the lake's small islands, having walked their shorelines for 15 Augusts. They traded. She caught herself, on the 22nd day, sketching him. He was asleep on the porch in the late afternoon, a book fallen open on his chest, one arm dropped over the side of the chair, the grey at his temples catching the light. She'd begun the sketch before she'd decided to begin it. She drew the line of his jaw, the hollow of his throat, the slight smile that was on his face, even sleeping, as though some part of him had been told good news and was thinking about it. She closed the sketchbook before he woke. She did not put it back on its usual shelf. She put it in her suitcase between two folded sweaters and zipped the suitcase shut. She did not know why. She knew exactly why. The phone call came on the 25th day. He took it on his porch. She was on her own, watercolouring a study of the dock, and she could hear his voice but not his words. The tone was polite and surprised. The call lasted a long time. When he came over afterward, he sat in the chair across from her and rubbed the back of his neck, and she set her brush down because she already knew. "They've offered me the assistant principal job," he said. "I'd been on the list. I didn't think anything would come of it." "That's wonderful, Will." "It starts the day after Labour Day. I'd have to drive home day after tomorrow. There's training." "That's wonderful," she said again, and smiled, and felt the smile reach her mouth and stop there. He looked at her for a long moment. "Clara, it's a good thing. Promotions are good things. Clara, look at me." She looked at him. She made her face do the thing she had spent 15 years training it to do, which was to be calm. "This doesn't change anything," he said. "It changes when you're leaving." "It changes when I'm leaving." "Yes, it doesn't change." He stopped, frustrated with himself. "I want to say something, and I can't find the words for it without sounding foolish." "Then don't say it." She had meant it as mercy. She heard too late how it landed. He sat back in the chair. The animation went out of his face slowly, like a lamp being turned down. After a moment he nodded once, stood up and said, "I'll let you finish your painting." "Will..." But he was already crossing the grass to his cabin. She sat with the brush in her hand for a long time. The water in the jar had gone the colour of weak tea. She didn't look up when she heard his screen door close. She didn't go to him the next day. She told herself in the morning that she would let him have the day to think. She told herself by noon that she did not want to interrupt his packing. She told herself by evening that he had not come to her either, which meant he did not want to be interrupted, which meant the choice had already been made, which meant the kindest thing she could do for both of them was to let August end the way August ended. She told herself many things. Each of them was a small, careful brick. By nightfall she'd built a wall. In bed, in the dark, she lay with her hands folded on her stomach and stared at the ceiling, and the wall did not hold. It came down all at once, the way walls do. She had done it again. She had done it the way she always did it. He had not left her. She had left him first, in advance, preemptively. The way one closes a window before a storm one has not yet seen. She had become so good at it she had not even noticed she was doing it. She thought of Ethan, 9 years ago, sitting on the edge of her bed with his hands between his knees, saying, "I love you deeply. I just don't think I'm in love with you anymore," and how she had nodded and said, "I understand," and how a part of her had been relieved, because she had spent the last 2 years of their engagement preparing for exactly that sentence. She had rehearsed her grief so thoroughly that when it came it had nowhere new to go. She thought of all the years since. She had built a life. She had built a beautiful life. She had told everyone, including herself, that it was enough. It had not been enough. It had been a waiting room. She had been 42 years old and sitting in a waiting room, and she had not even known what she was waiting for. And now she knew, and he was 3 cabins away packing a car. She got out of bed. He had built a fire by the lake. She had not been sure he would. She had walked down through the wet grass in her bare feet, carrying her sandals in one hand and the wool blanket in the other, and she had seen the orange flicker before she had cleared the trees, and her relief had been so complete it had almost dropped her where she stood. He was sitting on the log they always sat on. He did not turn when she came up behind him. He had heard her, she thought, and was giving her the option of turning back. She sat down beside him. She put the blanket across both their laps without asking. He did not move, but after a moment he gathered the edge of the blanket in his hand slowly, like a man holding onto a railing. "I'm sorry," she said. He didn't answer. "I got scared. I do that. I have done that for a long time. I am very good at it. I am so good at it that it is the first thing I do before I have time to know I am doing it. I am sorry." The fire popped. A small ember rose and went out in the air. "You were leaving," she said, "and in my head you were already gone, and I thought if I went first it would not hurt as much. I have thought that about everything for 9 years. It has not worked even once." He turned his face toward her. The firelight moved on his cheekbones. He was not smiling, but he was not closed either. He was waiting. "I liked my life," she said. "I told everyone I liked my life." "Did you?" "No." She heard herself say it, and she did not take it back. The words sat in the air between them and did not move. "I have been alone for a long time, Will. I have been alone in a way that I thought was safe. It was not safe. It was just empty. And then you sat on my porch and drank coffee and remembered things about me that I had forgotten about myself, and I started to want things. I started to want a winter. I started to want a phone that rings in the evening. I started to want... Her voice caught. I started to want to be wanted, and I do not know how to do that without being terrified. And so when you told me about the job, all I heard was, "Here is the part where he goes." And I went first. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, Will. She was crying. She had not meant to cry. The tears were coming hot and silent, and she did not bother to wipe them. He reached across the blanket and took her hand. He did not say anything for a moment. He turned her hand over in his and looked at it as though it were something he had not seen for a long time. "I wasn't leaving you," he said. "Clara, I would have driven 6 hours every Friday. I would have learned to do it in 5. I had already started thinking about it in the car on the way back from the marina yesterday. I was trying to figure out how to say it to you without sounding like a man who has lost his mind. And then you said don't say it, and I thought maybe you didn't want me to. I wanted you to. I know that now. I am very stupid, Will. You're not stupid. You're frightened. Those are different." She laughed, wetly, and pressed her free hand against her mouth. He lifted the hand he was holding and pressed his lips against her knuckles. He kept them there for a long moment. His eyes closed. "I have been frightened too," he said against her hand. "Do you know what I have been most frightened of all summer? Tell me. That I was happy. That I had not been allowed to be happy, and I was being happy anyway, and that somewhere Emily was watching, and..." He stopped. He breathed out. "And then last week I was reading on the porch, and you walked past. You didn't even see me. You were going down to the dock with your sketchbook, and you had that look on your face, the one where you are thinking about something far away, and I thought, she would have loved you. I thought Emily would have loved her. And the thought did not hurt. It was the first thought about Emily in 4 years that did not hurt. And I knew then. I didn't know how to say it." Clara was crying harder now, quietly, her shoulders moving under the blanket. "I don't want another August memory," he said. "I have enough memories. I want a Tuesday. I want a January. I want to know what you look like asleep. Will, stay." She turned to him. Her face was wet and her hair was loose, and she didn't look like a woman who had spent 15 years arranging her face. She looked like a woman who had finally put the arrangement down. "I'm not going anywhere," she said. He kissed her. It was not the kiss either of them had imagined. In the small, private way both of them had been imagining it for weeks. It was slower than that, and more careful, and it tasted of salt because she was still crying. His hand came up and cupped the side of her face, and his thumb moved once gently beneath her eye. She made a small sound against his mouth that was not quite a word. He gathered her in. She went. The fire burned down. The lake lay silver beneath the moon. Somewhere across the water a loon called, and was answered again. After a long time she rested her forehead against his and breathed him in. "I used to think this place existed outside real life," she said. "And now?" She thought about it. She watched the firelight on his face. She watched her own hand resting against his chest as though it had been put there to keep him from going anywhere. "Now I think," she said slowly, "that the lake never existed outside real life. I did." He didn't answer. He only tightened his arm around her. Above them, very high, a star fell. Neither of them saw it. They were not looking up. They were, for the first time in many years, looking at exactly where they were. The voice between us. The air in the archival basement held its breath. Emma Wolfe had learned to work in silence. the kind that settled between heartbeats, that made the scratch of her restoration tool sound like thunder against the perpetual hush. Temperature, 65 degrees. Humidity, 40%. Light, minimal. Everything calibrated for preservation, for keeping the dead from crumbling further into dust. Down here, 3 stories beneath the university library, time moved differently. Slower, more reverent. Emma had been restoring early 20th century recordings for 4 years now, her days spent in the company of voices that no longer belonged to bodies, singing songs for audiences long turned to ash. She'd learned to treat sound as artifact, to separate the technical from the emotional, to hear a voice without imagining the throat that produced it. Until today. She lifted the shellac disc from its sleeve with gloved hands, noting the wear patterns, the slight warp, near the centre. 1936. Unmarked. Someone, probably her predecessor, who'd had no patience for incomplete cataloguing, had labelled it simply as unidentified soprano, Vienna, Puccini aria. The kind of mystery that should have intrigued her professionally, but instead sat in the to-be-researched pile for months. She almost hadn't played it, had a dozen other restorations waiting, each with proper provenance, each with actual historical value. But the sleeve was beautiful, Art Nouveau flowers fading into brown paper, and she'd been curious about the weight of it, the way it sat heavy in her hands like grief. Emma placed the disc on the turntable, set the needle with the precision of surgery, adjusted the horn's angle for optimal acoustics. She'd performed this ritual thousands of times. It should have felt routine. But the moment the needle found its groove and the voice emerged from the gramophone's brass throat, Emma knew. The voice was imperfect, breath audible between phrases, vibrato barely controlled, a hairline crack in the upper register where the soprano pushed too hard, wanted too much. Technically, it shouldn't move anyone. Technically, by every measure of professional training Emma had received, it was flawed. But Emma's hands stopped moving. The cotton swab she'd been using to clean another disc fell from her fingers, rolled across the workbench, dropped to the floor. She didn't notice. She knew this voice. Had heard it hum absently over breakfast tea, murmur recipes in German while kneading bread, go abruptly silent when memory pressed too close. For 26 years she'd lived with a grandmother who spoke little and sang never, who seemed to prefer the company of books to people, restraint to revelation, who wore silence like other women wore pearls. But this was her grandmother's voice, 50 years younger, unguarded, singing Tosca's desperate prayer, as though she believed someone was listening, as though love might be returned simply for being offered, as though the future hadn't yet taught her that some things once given could never be reclaimed. Vici d'arte, vici d'amore, the voice sang. I lived for art, I lived for love. The past tense felt like prophecy. Emma played it again, and again. By the 4th repetition, she'd stopped pretending she was doing restoration work and admitted she was eavesdropping on a version of her grandmother she'd never been allowed to meet. That evening, Emma climbed the 3 flights to her grandmother's apartment with the unmarked sleeve in her bag and her heart performing arrhythmias. The building was pre-war, with radiators that clanked like percussion and hallways that smelled of cabbage and old carpet. Helene had lived here for 40 years, in the same rent-controlled 2-bedroom with the same furniture Emma remembered from childhood. Everything precisely placed, nothing excessive, each object earning its space through utility or beauty. Helene Wolfe sat by the window with her usual tea in her usual chair, spine straight as a blade, hands folded in her lap like a prayer no one would answer. At 73 she remained handsome rather than beautiful, her face all elegant bones and discipline. She wore her silver hair in a bun so severe it looked painful. Her posture suggested a woman who'd learned young that to bend was to break, so she'd simply stopped bending. She looked up when Emma entered. and something in her granddaughter's face must have signalled danger, because she set down the book she'd been reading, Rilke in German, always Rilke, without marking her place. "I found something today." Emma didn't sit, couldn't sit. She felt like she was confessing to a crime, though she couldn't name which one. A recording from Vienna, 1936. Helene's teacup paused halfway to her lips. The pause lasted 3 seconds, which was 2 seconds longer than necessary. 2 seconds during which Emma could see her grandmother calculating what to admit, what to deny, what truths could survive exposure to air. "Did you?" Not a question. Helene's voice remained steady, but her hand trembled microscopically against the china. Tea rippled like a seismograph detecting distant earthquakes. The singer used a false name, or no name at all. Emma waited, watching her grandmother's face for cracks. "But I know your voice, Oma. I've known it my entire life. It's you." The cup completed its journey. Helen drank, swallowed, set the china down with the precision of someone who'd learned to control everything but her past. When she finally met Emma's eyes, there was no denial in her face, only a stillness so complete it felt like confession, like the moment before a building collapses when all the weight shifts and everyone inside knows but cannot yet move. "What do you want to know?" Helene asked. "Everything," Emma thought. "Why you stopped? Why you never told me? Why you fled Vienna? Who was listening when you sang like that? Who taught you to sound like your heart was breaking in 3/4 time?" But what she said was, "Why does it sound like you're singing to someone who can't answer?" Helene's mouth softened at the corners. Not quite a smile, too knowing for grief, too ancient for mere sadness. Her eyes went distant, focusing on something 50 years past and an ocean away. "Because I was." The restoration became Emma's obsession, though she pretended otherwise. She told herself it was professional curiosity, a musicological puzzle, a mystery of attribution that needed solving. She submitted paperwork requesting extended access to specialized equipment. She drafted research proposals about anonymous Vienna performers. She created elaborate spreadsheets of plausible matches, but nights found her hunched over the workbench long after her colleagues had gone home, headphones pressed to her ears until they ached, learning to hear what lay beneath the notes, learning to hear her grandmother as a stranger, as a woman, as someone who'd once been young enough to believe in happy endings. Between the phrases she heard breath, not the controlled breathing of professional technique, but something more raw, more desperate. In the vibrato, hesitation. The aria was Puccini, Vici d'arte, Tosca's prayer before she murders the man who would rape her. But her grandmother sang it like a question no deity would answer. Like a woman asking why love and devotion must guarantee suffering, why purity of heart cannot protect against pain. Emma began to notice things a casual listener would miss, how the tempo pulled against itself, as though the singer wanted both to rush forward toward some imagined resolution and to linger in these last moments of not yet knowing. How certain words received more air, more weight. Vici d'arte, I lived for art. Vici d'amore, I lived for love. Non feci mai male ad anima viva. I never hurt a living soul. The past tense mattered. The defensive tone mattered more. On her third visit to her grandmother's apartment, each one scheduled now, formal, Emma bringing pastries from the Austrian bakery, Helene pretended not to care about but always ate. Helene started talking. I was nobody, she said, stirring sugar into tea with methodical precision. Daughter of a watchmaker in Graz. He fixed timepieces for people who could afford to care about minutes. Voice lessons paid for by a patron who heard me sing in church and thought I had potential worth investing in. I had technique but no connections, no name that mattered, no family with money or influence. So when the Staatsoper offered me small roles, walk-ons, understudies, chorus work, I took them. I was grateful. Do you understand? Actually grateful to scrub floors in exchange for the chance to sing Carmen Cigarette Girls. And the alias? Protection. For him, primarily, but also for myself. Helene's fingers traced the rim of her teacup, around and around, a gesture so unconscious Emma wondered how many thousands of times she'd performed it, working anxiety into porcelain. In Vienna, reputation was currency. A soprano who sang well and behaved properly might advance, might catch the eye of important directors, might be invited to auditions that mattered. A soprano who loved unwisely would disappear, not dramatically, not with scandal, just quietly. No more roles, no more recommendations. The opera world is small, Emma. Everyone knows everyone. Shame travels faster than talent. Emma heard the edit in that sentence, the word scandal replaced with something softer, the way you learn to talk around old wounds. Who was he? The conductor. Helene said it without hesitation, as though the secret had been aging so long in silence it no longer stung to speak aloud, as though after 50 years the statute of limitations on heartbreak had finally expired. Maximilian Adler. Everyone called him Max. Married, prominent, Jewish, though this was 1935, 1936, and such things weren't yet openly dangerous the way they would become. He conducted with the precision of a mathematician and the heart of a poet, which shouldn't be possible but was. I fell in love with his hands first, how they shaped silence into meaning, how they could make an orchestra breathe as one body. Emma tried to picture it, her grandmother young, in love, singing night after night for a man who couldn't claim her, couldn't even applaud her without revealing too much. Did he know? Oh, he knew. Helene's smile turned rueful. Music doesn't lie, Emma. You cannot sing Puccini for a man and pretend indifference. Every rehearsal was a conversation we couldn't have in words. Every performance was a love letter I couldn't send. The intimacy of it struck Emma physical. How desire could live entirely in the space between baton and breath, between his direction and her voice. How two people could be lovers without ever touching. Did you ever kiss him? Helene asked. Almost. Once. After a particularly successful Tosca, I'd sung better than I ever knew I could. Found notes I didn't know I possessed. Sustained phrases that should have been impossible. The audience wouldn't stop applauding. 14 curtain calls. Flowers covering the stage. The director was ecstatic, already talking about extending my contract. She paused, poured more tea with hands that still, after all these years, knew exactly how to avoid trembling. But all I could think was that Max had pulled that performance from me, had conducted me into transcendence. I'd watched his hands all night, followed every gesture, every subtle shift in tempo, and somehow he'd made me more than I was. That's what a great conductor does. He doesn't just lead, he transforms. What happened after? We were alone in the rehearsal room. The orchestra had packed up and left. The stage crew was striking sets, but the music wing was empty. We stood in this bubble of aftermath, both of us still trembling with adrenaline, with the memory of what we'd just created together. Helene's eyes closed, and Emma knew she was seeing it again. Not remembering, but actually seeing, the way trauma stays vivid but joy fades unless you tend it. He stood close enough that I could smell the pomade in his hair, bay rum, old-fashioned even then. Could see where he'd cut himself shaving that morning. There was a tiny piece of tissue paper still stuck to his jaw, brown with dried blood. I wanted to remove it, wanted to touch him so badly my hands actually ached. Did you? No, but I wanted to. God, how I wanted to. His hand came up. She demonstrated, palm hovering beside her own face, fingers extended but not quite making contact. He was going to cut my cheek. I could see the intention in his body, the way his weight shifted forward, and I knew if he touched me, I would lean into it. would turn my face into his palm, would cross whatever boundary we'd been maintaining between professional and personal. So what stopped you? He did. His hand just stopped, hung there in the air between us, close enough that I could feel the heat of his skin across the gap, could hear his breathing change, deepen. We stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably 30 seconds. Time does strange things when you're that close to something you want but can't have. Then what? Someone applauded from the balcony, one of the cleaning staff who'd stayed late to watch rehearsal, an old woman, probably 60, 70. She'd seen the whole thing, or enough of it, and just like that, we remembered where we were, who we were, what we couldn't be. Max dropped his hand, took 2 steps back, said, "Excellent work tonight, Fräulein Weber," in this perfectly professional voice, and walked away. Did he look back? No, neither of us did. Looking back would have been acknowledgement, and we couldn't afford that. How long did this go on? A season. Autumn through spring. September 1935 to May 1936. Helene's voice went distant, as though reading dates from a ledger that had been locked away for decades. 8 months of singing with a man who heard me more clearly than anyone ever has before or since. 8 months of being known in a way that had nothing to do with words. She refilled both their teacups, though neither had finished the first pour. That was the real intimacy, you understand. Not touch, but recognition. He knew my voice better than I knew it myself. Could tell from the first warm-up note of rehearsal whether I'd slept well the night before, whether I was happy, whether I was thinking of him. And I could read him through his conducting. Desire in the tempo he set, always slightly faster when he was agitated, when he'd been thinking about me. Frustration in how hard he struck the downbeat. Longing in the spaces he left between movements, the silences that lasted 1 beat too long. You never talked about it? Once. Only once. It was December, snowing. Vienna was beautiful in that way that makes you forget about politics and danger. We were in his office after everyone had left. He was marking scores and I was supposed to be leaving, but I lingered. Finally he said, without looking up, "This cannot continue." What did you say? I said I know, because I did know. We both knew. It was unsustainable, this thing we were doing, this almost love, this maybe affair that existed only in music. But knowing something should end and being able to end it are 2 different things. So it continued. For 5 more months, through Christmas, I spent it alone in my boarding room, imagining him with Eva and her family. Through carnival season, when the whole city pretended to be happy. Through Lent, when we sang more sacred music and I had to pretend Handel's passion settings weren't about the agony of unconsummated love. And then came March, the Anschluss. Everything changed. Emma waited. This was the part of history she knew from textbooks, but she'd never considered how her grandmother had lived through it, what it had meant personally. The Nazis marched in on March 12th. Within days, Jewish musicians were being dismissed. Max got his notice on March 15th. He had 2 weeks to settle his affairs and leave the country. The Philharmonic, this orchestra he'd built, musicians he'd trained, they just let him go. Some of them had been his friends. They gave him a farewell dinner, shook his hand, wished him well, and went back to work under new management. Her voice had gone flat, factual, as though emotion would complicate the telling. He came to find me 3 days before he was supposed to leave for London, asked me to come with him, said he'd leave Eva with her family. They had money, connections, she'd be safe. We could go to London together, to America, anywhere. He said, "I love you," for the first time out loud after 8 months of saying it, through music. What did you say? I said no. Emma found the conductor's name in a margin note on a score tucked inside the recording sleeve. For H, you sang like you understood. Signed, M. Adler, Maximilian Adler. She found him in the Vienna Philharmonic archives, conductor from 1933 to 1938, when he fled to London ahead of the Anschluss. Married to Eva Adler, née Blumenthal, daughter of a prominent banking family, no children. Emma brought the score to her grandmother's apartment on a Thursday evening. Helene took it in her hands like it might detonate. "You knew Eva," Emma said. It wasn't a question. Everyone knew Eva. Helene's thumb traced the margin note. Beautiful, intelligent, fragile in ways that weren't visible until you looked closely. Her family had already lost one daughter to melancholy, the kind that ends in bathtubs and opened veins. Eva was delicate. The marriage protected her in multiple ways. Did she know about you? I don't know. Max never said. But I think, yes. I think she knew and chose to say nothing because the alternative was worse. Helene set the score down carefully. He loved her, Emma. Not the way he loved me, perhaps, but love nonetheless. He loved her gently, protectively, the way you love something precious that might break. And you? I loved recklessly, completely, the way you love when you're 23 and believe desire alone can remake the world. Helene's laugh was soft, bitter. He asked me to leave with him in March of 1938, when it became clear what was coming. He said we could go to London, to America, anywhere. He would leave Eva with her family's money and protections. We would be free. But you didn't go. No. Why? Helene stood, walked to the window. Outside, rain had started. The kind of thin, persistent rain that made the city look like a memory of itself. Because Eva would have died, she said finally. Not metaphorically, not eventually. Within the year, I think. And Max would have known it was our fault. Mine and his, and that knowledge would have poisoned everything we built together. Love cannot survive that kind of blood. Emma felt something shift in her chest, a recalibration of what she thought was a romance into something more complex, more devastating. Did you tell him that? I told him I wouldn't be the reason he became a man who could abandon his wife to her death, that some loves cannot be consummated without destroying what makes them worth having. Helene turned from the window. He wept. I'd never seen him weep before. Then he kissed me, once, on the forehead, like a benediction, and left. And the recording, made the week before, he wanted something to remember me by. I wanted something to remember who I'd been when I could still choose love over survival. The weight of that sentence settled over the room like snow. 3 weeks after learning about Eva, after understanding the full architecture of her grandmother's sacrifice, Emma confronted the question she'd been avoiding. Why had Helene given up music entirely? Not just the false name, not just Vienna, not just Max Adler, but singing itself. The voice that had moved audiences, that had made a man willing to remake his entire life. She found Helene in the small shared garden behind the apartment building, deadheading roses with surgical precision. It was early September, the air carrying that particular combination of warmth and melancholy that comes just before autumn. Helene wore gardening gloves and her usual cardigan despite the heat, as though she needed armour even against flowers. "Tell me about the last time you saw him," Emma said without preamble. Helene's hands stilled on the shears. A bloom, half dead, hung suspended from her fingers. She didn't turn around. "I wondered when you'd ask that question. Was it the night you made the recording?" "No, that was professional, formal. We both knew we were creating an artifact, preserving something that was already past tense." Helene set down the shears with deliberate care, removed her gloves finger by finger. The last time was 3 days before he left Vienna, April 10th, 1938. I remember because it was a Sunday, and the churches were full of people praying for things prayer couldn't fix anymore. The weather was unseasonably warm, spring pretending summer would last forever. She sat down on the garden bench, and Emma sat beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. He came to my apartment, my boarding room really. One room, shared bath down the hall, the kind of place where ambition lives before it either succeeds or starves. We'd never been alone there before. It felt dangerous, improper, exposing. But propriety seemed absurd given what we were about to lose. Helene's voice dropped, became almost private, the way you speak when confession requires quiet. He stood in my doorway and said, "One night, give me one night, to remember when I'm old and you're a stranger." And I knew what he was asking, not for comfort, not for conquest, for the right to hold one perfect thing before letting it go forever. Emma held her breath, afraid that speaking would break whatever spell was allowing her grandmother to finally tell this. So I let him in. The garden seemed to lean closer, the roses bending as if to listen. We didn't speak much at first. Words would have made it negotiable, conditional, subject to second thoughts we couldn't afford. Instead, we moved like we were still in the opera house, him conducting, me responding, both of us performing the most important scene of our lives. Helene's hands clasped in her lap, and Emma saw they were trembling, as though the memory still had physical weight. He touched me the way he conducted, precisely, reverently, as though I were music made flesh. Started with my face, traced my cheekbones, my jaw, the line of my neck, memorizing, then my hands, turning them over, examining my fingers, the way they curved and rested. "Beautiful," he said. Just that one word. Beautiful. Emma felt heat rise in her own chest. Not embarrassment, but recognition. This was what love looked like when it finally found its body after months of pure restraint. I'd thought intimacy was knowing someone's mind, understanding their thoughts, Helen continued. But that night I learned it's also knowing someone's body, how they breathe when desperate, what sounds they make when careful control finally breaks. He undressed me slowly, his hands learning the geography of skin the way his ears had learned my voice. Every touch felt like permission granted, like a question answered yes. She paused, choosing her words with care. We made love on my narrow bed with the window open and Vienna's spring air cooling our skin. He moved inside me like he was trying to memorize the rhythm, and I found myself singing, actually singing, soft and wordless, against his shoulder. Not performance, not technique, just pure sound, pure feeling. Afterwards we lay tangled together, his hand over my heart, feeling it slow back to normal. Helene opened her eyes, looked at Emma directly. "This," he said, "this is what I'll remember. Not the fear, not the leaving. This." And I knew he was right. We'd taken one perfect thing from a world determined to destroy us, and we'd made it ours. No regime could take that. No distance could erase it. Did he stay the night? Until dawn. We didn't sleep much. Mostly we talked. Actually talked. For the first time without codes or music. He told me about growing up in Munich, about the first time he heard Mahler and realised sound could be architecture. I told him about singing in my father's watch shop, how the ticking used to drive me mad until I learned to use it as rhythm. She smiled, and it was genuine. When the sun came up, he got dressed, kissed me once, properly this time deeply, then he walked to the door and said, "If there's a recording some day, will you listen and remember I loved you?" And I said yes. And he left. I watched him from the window until he turned the corner. He didn't look back. We'd agreed he wouldn't. "And you never sang again." Helene smiled. A real smile this time, sad but not broken. I sang that night. For him. With him. In a way that had nothing to do with audiences or applause. That felt like enough. Emma understood then. Her grandmother hadn't given up music. She'd transformed it, made it private, made it holy. What happened to Eva? She survived. Max got her to London, then to New York. I heard through mutual acquaintances that she lived until 1965, longer than anyone expected. They never divorced. He never remarried after she died. I think he kept his promise to her, in his way. And you? I came to America, changed my name. Helene instead of Helena, Wolf instead of Weber. Learned to be ordinary, married your grandfather because he was kind and didn't ask about my past, raised your mother, raised you, lived quietly. She picked up the shears again, returned to the roses. But sometimes, late at night, I'll hum that aria, and I'm 23 again, singing for a man who heard everything I meant. That doesn't fade, Emma. Love like that doesn't diminish with age. It just becomes part of your architecture. Emma spent 2 months restoring the recording to the best fidelity 1936 technology and 2025 digital restoration could achieve. She removed surface noise, balanced the frequencies, brought her grandmother's voice forward from the static. But she left in the breath, the hesitation, the places where emotion fractured technique. Those imperfections were the truth. She presented it to Helene on a Sunday morning, in the garden where roses bloomed despite the late season. The recording was now digitized, remastered, saved to a simple USB drive. "I'm going to archive this properly," Emma said. "Not under your false name, not as unidentified, as Helene Wolf, née Weber, soprano, Vienna, 1936. "No," Helene said gently. "Keep the alias. That woman, Helena Stern, she belongs to that moment, to him. Let her remain there." Emma understood. Some loves were too large to be filed correctly, too private to be made public record. "Then I'll file it as anonymous soprano, Vienna 1936, rare recording, and I'll put in the notes that it's technically imperfect but emotionally devastating." Helene laughed, a real laugh, bright and unexpected. Emotionally devastating. Yes, I like that. They sat together in the garden, 2 women separated by decades but connected by understanding. Emma thought about all the loves that never made it into history books, all the intimacies preserved only in silence and memory. "Do you regret it?" she asked, "not going with him?" Helene considered this with the seriousness it deserved. "No, because the love I had with Max was perfect, precisely because we didn't try to make it domestic. It stayed wild, immediate, untested by years and arguments and the small erosions of daily life. We got to love each other at our best. That's rare. But you gave up so much. I gave up one future for another. I gained your mother, you, this garden, a life that was mine, not borrowed or stolen. That's not nothing." Emma reached for her grandmother's hand, the same hand that once gestured so precisely on stage, that later kneaded bread and braided hair, and held her when she cried. "Thank you for telling me. Thank you for asking," Helene squeezed back, "and for understanding that some stories take a lifetime to be ready for telling." That afternoon, Emma returned to the archive. She catalogued the recording with its anonymous designation, filed it in the temperature-controlled vault where fragile things were kept safe from decay. But she also made a copy, unofficial, unmarked. She gave it to Helene on her 80th birthday, along with a small, expensive record player. "In case you ever want to hear yourself young again," Emma said. Helene accepted it with hands that trembled slightly. Age, not emotion. That night, alone in her apartment with a cup of tea going cold on the side table, Helene played the recording once. Just once. Her younger self sang Tosca's prayer with desperate, imperfect beauty, asking why love and art must hurt so much, why devotion guarantees suffering, why giving everything still isn't enough. She listened to the end, to where the orchestra swelled and her voice climbed towards something transcendent despite the technical flaws. Then she turned off the player and sat in the dark, remembering not the opera house with its velvet and gilt, not the audience with their applause and flowers, but a small boarding room in Vienna with spring air coming through the window and a man's hand over her heart, counting her pulse like it was the only music that mattered. This is what I'll remember, he'd said. Not the fear, not the leaving. This. And sitting there in the dark, 80 years old and alone but not lonely, joints aching with the ordinary betrayals of age, Helene realised he'd been right. Some loves don't need completion to be perfect. Some intimacies don't require possession to be real. Some music sounds better for being imperfect, for showing the breadth and effort and humanity behind the notes. The recording existed, flawed, anonymous, filed away where almost no one would ever hear it. The memory existed, private, perfect, preserved not in shellac but in the architecture of her bones. The garden bloomed outside her window, roses she'd planted, tended, dead-headed season after season, making beauty out of the ordinary work of living. Her granddaughter knew her story now, not all of it perhaps, but enough to understand that silence isn't always weakness, that some loves survive precisely because they were chosen, consciously and devastatingly chosen. That was enough, more than enough. It was everything. And somewhere across an ocean and 50 years she imagined Max Adler, long dead now, his hands that once shaped sound stilled forever, had thought so too, had kept his one perfect night as she had kept hers, had lived a good life, a kind life, a life that honoured both his promises, the one he made to Eva at an altar, and the one he made to Helena in a shabby boarding room with spring air cooling their skin. Some loves, Helen thought, you carry in your chest like a second heartbeat, and that's exactly where they belong. The end. Smoke and Sapphires. Rain pelted the glass roof of the Parisian auction house, where high society mingled in tailored suits and glimmering gowns. The item of the night, the coveted blue siren sapphire, was rumoured to be worth more than a king's ransom. Its origin was steeped in myth. Sailors once believed the gem called out like a siren song to drag men beneath the waves. Tonight, it was perched on a rotating pedestal under bulletproof glass, surrounded by an aura of impossible desirability. For Jade Kaufman, the blue siren was just another job, albeit one with a higher risk and an even higher reward. 27 years old, resourceful, and infamous in the underground for her flawless thefts, she prided herself on leaving no trace behind except rumours. Growing up in the foster system had taught her not to expect loyalty or kindness, but it had also forged her into someone with unbreakable survival instincts. She moved like a shadow across the rafters, invisible to the partygoers below. Though she wore a form-fitting black jumpsuit that allowed for maximum flexibility, she felt the weight of the hidden compartments carrying her tools, glass cutters, specialised wires, and lock-picking devices. She had a plan for each step of this heist, but plans could always go wrong. The stakes, more than she liked to admit. The auctioneer's gavel fell with a resounding crack, announcing the final sale. 50 million euros. Polite applause rose from the crowd, cameras flashed, and the tension in Jade's chest tightened. Now was her moment. She exhaled slowly, counting heartbeats, and rappelled down a near-invisible cable toward a section of the glass roof that was briefly out of view of the security cameras. Once on a narrow ledge, she inserted a small disc that scrambled the alarm system for precisely 30 seconds. The hush of the device felt like a countdown in her mind. 30 seconds to cut through the glass, descend, snatch the sapphire and vanish. She executed each move with a precision that came from years of practice. The glass cutter made a near-silent hiss and a perfect circle fell into her gloved hand. Another breath, and she dropped onto the pedestal's platform. The vaulted ceilings and the swirling lights created a surreal glow around the blue siren. Jade's heart pounded in her throat as she lifted the gem from its cushion. For a millisecond, the large sapphire shimmered in the palm of her hand, its facets catching every glare of gold from the overhead chandeliers. 15 seconds left. She braced herself, replaced the gem's stand with a weighted dummy to keep the sensor from triggering, and latched onto her cable. She soared upward gracefully, adrenaline singing through her veins. She'd done it again, or so she thought. The instant she cleared the roof, an alarm shrieked through the building. An edge of panic touched her as she darted across the dark rooftop, hooking up a rappelling line to the next structure. Something was off. Her scramble device wasn't supposed to fail so suddenly. She reached the alley, the sapphire tight in her grip. The plan had been to pass the gem to her contact, a fence known simply as Rodung, a man with a reputation for under-the-radar dealings. He waited near a sleek black car, a grin slashing his face. "Jade, you truly never disappoint," he said in a low murmur, taking the gem from her. His voice quivered in that excited, greedy way she'd heard countless times. "Payment's in the bag." She unzipped the small satchel he handed her. Her stomach twisted when she noticed it was empty except for a single bullet rolling at the bottom like a cruel joke. "I'm sorry about this," Rodin whispered, voice trembling with guilt or maybe fear. She whirled around to see more men stepping from the shadows, men she recognized from hush-hush rumours in the black market gem trade. Their suits were immaculate, their eyes were cold. One of them stepped forward. "Mr. Castellano wants to see you." The name Castellano rang like thunder in her mind. The Castellano cartel dominated the illegal gemstone circuit across continents. The rumour was that Adrian Ash Castellano was the new kingpin after a messy, bloody power struggle within his own family. He was known for his iron grip, for incinerating enemies in terrifying ways. Jade's heart thundered like a war drum. Rodin had set her up for them. Before she could think, arms seized her, pinning her body. She lashed out, elbowing one of the men in the face. A burst of satisfying pain shot up her arm, and the man cursed, stumbling back with a bleeding nose. But there were too many of them. 4, 5, maybe more. A cloth drenched in something acrid was clamped over her mouth. She tried to scream, but everything blurred. She fought the encroaching darkness with every fibre of her being, mentally counting down her last conscious moments. The smell of the city's wet pavement turned nauseatingly sweet. Her knees buckled, and the last thing she saw was Rodin's pale face as he backed away, eyes skittering with regret. Jade's final coherent thought was that she had lost the blue siren, and that she was about to be delivered like stolen goods to the most dangerous man in the underworld. She drifted in and out of a fever dream, memories twisted with illusions, a soft mattress beneath her, the steady hum of an engine, possibly on a plane, then the bass thump of loud club music, felt rather than heard, a cold compress on her forehead that smelled faintly of citrus. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a silent car ride over uneven cobblestones. When she surfaced from the haze for real, she found herself in a room that screamed wealth. Mahogany floors, marble walls, a chandelier made of glass so clear it seemed to float in mid-air. Her lips were chapped, and her wrists bore bruises, but she was free of handcuffs. If this was a prison, it was the kind lined in silk. She swung her legs over the bed's edge, noticing that someone had changed her into a satin robe, likely to check for concealed weapons or trackers. A jolt of revulsion shot through her. There was a large mirror on the adjacent wall, reflecting the warm glow of wall sconces. She scanned the space, an ornate door in front, plus a smaller side door that might lead to a bathroom. No visible cameras, but given whose den she had likely ended up in, she assumed they were hidden. On the nightstand, a single red rose in a crystal vase stood next to a folded note. She lifted it with trembling fingers. "Your talents precede you. Welcome to Barcelona." AC. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The door opened to reveal a man with broad shoulders, dark hair precisely swept back, and eyes the colour of onyx. He wore a crisp vest over a black dress shirt, sleeves rolled up to reveal corded forearms. A faint scar traced his jawline, as if to declare he'd been through real violence. He studied Jade with a predatory calm. This had to be Adrian Ash Castellano. The air in the room thickened, and Jade's pulse pounded. "You made quite an impression in Paris," he finally said, voice quiet but resonating with power. "I've wanted to meet the elusive Jade Kaufman for a long time." His gaze flicked down to the note in her hand before returning to her face. The corners of his lips curled into a smile that was neither warm nor cold. It was the smile of a man used to having control. Jade's throat felt dry. She wanted to fling the rose in his face to demand her freedom. But something about the lethal confidence in his posture stopped her. She remembered the stories. Men who crossed Ash ended up missing, or worse. He gestured with a slight tilt of his head. "You have something of mine, or rather, you stole it in Paris. Now you'll repay that debt, one way or another." Jade swallowed, her mind racing for an exit strategy. She'd always survived on her own terms. But this time, she had a sinking feeling she was about to discover just how complicated survival could become. Jade stood at the threshold of the lavish penthouse suite in Barcelona, her bare feet against the cool marble, a swirl of dread and defiance clashing in her chest. She had no illusions. She was a captive, just one with gilded shackles. Adrian Ash Castellano's presence was a suffocating force. Though polite on the surface, he exuded that brand of quiet menace only the truly powerful possess. Every object in the penthouse, from the imported rugs to the antique paintings, declared wealth. Yet it felt sterile, as if no real life ever thrived there. Jade wondered if that reflected Ash himself. All shine, no warmth. He lounged on a leather chair near a panoramic window that overlooked the Barcelona skyline. Nightlights gleamed over the city like fallen stars. In front of him lay a mahogany coffee table bearing a folder, an elegant crystal, decanter, and 2 tumblers. "Sit," he said calmly, motioning to the sofa across from him. Jade hesitated, scanning for potential weapons or escape routes. Her instincts told her there might be a chance if she caught him off guard. But his men were undoubtedly outside the door and she lacked her gear. Reluctantly, she settled onto the sofa. Ash handed her a tumbler. "Drink," he commanded. When she made no move, he rolled his eyes and took a small sip from his own glass. "It's not poisoned, if that's what you're afraid of." Jade sniffed it. Whiskey, smooth and strong. She took a measured sip, hoping the burn would sharpen her frayed nerves. He leaned forward. "So, let's talk about the blue siren. You cost me a great deal of inconvenience and money." "You don't strike me as the type to worry about loose change," Jade replied, her tone biting. She wanted to provoke him, to see cracks in his composure. A flicker of amusement lit his gaze. Bravado. Admirable, if not misguided. "I knew you would try for the Sapphire in Paris. That's why I had Rodain in place." She set her glass down. "Then you know I'm worth more to you alive than dead. So what's your plan? Ransom? Torture for kicks? Or do you fancy turning me into your personal cat burglar?" Ash's jaw tightened, but his voice remained calm. "You're perceptive, Miss Kaufman. Indeed, I want your services. You owe me, and I prefer to collect debts through utilization of talent rather than brute force. If you refuse, I'll deliver you to a less forgiving party, Interpol or certain other individuals who'd relish your downfall. Alternatively, you can work off your debt stealing for me." She hated the chill of his words, more so because they were true. She doubted there was a safe corner of the world where she could run now that Ash Castellano had her in his sights. "What if I say no?" she challenged. He shrugged, a gesture too casual. "Then you spend the rest of your life in prison, or in a shallow grave, depending on who claims you first. You're smart enough to see that's not a bluff." A knot of fury formed in her throat. She had always loathed having her freedom stripped away. Memories of her childhood in foster homes where every rule felt like a cage came rushing back. She clenched her fists. "Fine, I'll do it. But on one condition. Once this is done, you let me go. Clean break." He paused, swirling the whiskey in his glass as though contemplating. "That's what a bargain is, Jade," he said at last, letting her name roll off his tongue with a strange intimacy. "You deliver, I release you. No strings. For now." Over the next few days, Jade explored the penthouse's halls, each corridor leading to opulent rooms decorated with priceless art. The windows, however, were bulletproof and impossible to open from inside. Security cameras were discreetly embedded in corners. At intervals she saw well-dressed guards who politely averted their eyes, but she could sense their readiness to pounce. A private tailor arrived with racks of designer clothing just her size. Jade scowled, feeling like a doll being dressed for display. She selected only practical items: black trousers, form-fitting tops, boots that wouldn't hinder her movement if she decided to make a run for it. She hadn't seen Ash much. Rumour had it he was dealing with fallout from a smuggling ring gone sour. But on the third day, he summoned her to a penthouse library. Jade stepped inside cautiously. Shelves of leather-bound books rose to the ceiling, and a single massive window offered a breathtaking view of the city. Ash stood behind a carved wooden desk, pressing a phone to his ear. A silver laptop was open, showing an array of security feeds, warehouses perhaps, or secret vaults. He ended the call abruptly upon her entrance, then gestured for her to come closer. "I have your first assignment," he said, sliding, a folder across the desk. She flipped it open. Photographs and blueprints revealed a grand mansion in Amsterdam with a vault rumoured to contain a rare emerald pendant. A note at the bottom read, "Owner under watch by Interpol. Proceed with extreme caution." Jade's adrenaline spiked. He continued, "My buyer wants that emerald. Your partner for this job will be Valentina Yates, my second in command. Do as she says. She's thorough." Jade's eyes narrowed. "I don't do well with partners." "Neither do I," Ash replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. "But you'll cooperate if you value your continued existence." Before she could retort, he nodded to a side door. Valentina Yates strode in, a tall, raven-haired woman with a gaze so cold it could crack glass. She wore a tailored suit, exuding an aura of no-nonsense efficiency. "Ready, Kaufman?" Valentina asked without preamble. Her tone was clipped, her posture ex-military. Jade matched her stare. "If it means getting out of this penthouse, absolutely." They departed at dusk via a private jet from Barcelona's El Prat airport. Valentina barely spoke, lost in her laptop. Jade used the time to memorize the mansion's layout. She noted security cameras, potential infiltration points, and an intricate plan to bypass motion detectors. The air hummed with an unspoken tension. Jade suspected Valentina disapproved of her, maybe even resented that Ash had singled Jade out. But Valentina's loyalty to Ash seemed unbreakable, which made Jade wary. Hours later they arrived in Amsterdam's cold drizzle. A sleek black SUV whisked them away to a discreet hotel. Valentina gave Jade a final set of instructions. "We strike tomorrow night. Our insider at the mansion has arranged a window of opportunity lasting exactly 15 minutes. There'll be Interpol presence in the area, so keep your head down." Jade nodded. And Ash? Where is he? Valentina's expression hardened. He's got his own matters to handle. Don't worry yourself about him. Focus on the job. Under the cover of darkness they approached the mansion, a palatial estate with manicured lawns, stone fountains and patrolling guards. Jade wore a black bodysuit under a dark hooded cloak. Valentina coordinated from a vantage point near the gate, scanning security frequencies. Once Jade scaled the high fence, her muscle memory took over. She avoided the cameras by slinking along the estate's blind spots. The drizzle turned the grass slick, forcing her to dig her fingers into the soil for stability. Near the side entrance, she used a keypad scrambler to unlock the door, stepping inside with cat-like silence. Her heart pounded in her ears, but she kept her breath even. The mansion's interior was an opulent labyrinth. She crept to a hidden corridor leading to the vault. The informant had guaranteed no guards would patrol there for precisely 5 minutes. The vault's lock was a complicated puzzle of rotating discs, but Jade's nimble fingers deciphered the mechanism swiftly. When the heavy door finally swung open, she saw it. An emerald pendant resting on a velvet cushion. It was mesmerizing, the gem reflecting a deep green glow in the dim light. Her earpiece crackled with Valentina's voice. "Move quickly, we have 2 minutes left." Jade slipped the pendant into a protective pouch. Just as she closed the vault door, footsteps echoed down the corridor. The insider's timing had failed, or perhaps Interpol had changed their pattern. She had no time to worry about whether it was a double cross or mere bad luck. She pressed herself against the wall, listening to the footsteps pass. After the guard disappeared around a corner, Jade sprinted back the way she'd come. She nearly collided with a second guard rounding a corridor, forcing her to slide behind a potted plant. He paused, scanning the area, but moved on. Heart hammering, Jade made it outside and scurried across the lawn toward the fence. Once over, she darted into the cluster of hedges where Valentina was waiting, disguised as a groundskeeper. Valentina slid a glance at the emerald pouch. "Got it?" Jade held it up, panting. "Good, let's get out of here." Back at the hotel, Valentina examined the emerald pendant under a small flashlight. She nodded, satisfied. Ash will be pleased. They flew back to Barcelona that same night, exhaustion creeping into Jade's bones. She wondered if completing the job actually brought her closer to freedom, or just pulled her deeper into Ash's world. The next evening, Ash summoned her to his study. She entered, tossing the emerald to him with a forced casualness. He caught it mid-air. "Nicely done," he murmured, a hint of approval lighting his features. "You continue to impress." Jade folded her arms. "So, that's one job done. How many more before I'm free of this arrangement?" He set the emerald on his desk. "We'll see. Jade, trust is earned piece by piece. Rest for now. New instructions will follow." Before she could protest, he turned away, his posture dismissive. Jade left with her teeth clenched, hating how he played her like a chess piece. Yet, an unsettling warmth flickered inside her. Had she seen a spark of admiration in his eyes? Or was it simply her imagination? Life in Ash Castellano's penthouse turned into an odd dance of tension and anticipation. Jade no longer felt like a caged animal. She had partial freedom to roam the estate, but only under the watchful eyes of discreet guards. She was part prisoner, part asset. And when Ash was near, she felt something else entirely. He invited her to high-stakes poker nights, where the world's elite and underworld met in a swirl of tuxedos, diamonds, and swirling cigar smoke. Jade, despite her distaste for such gatherings, recognized an opportunity to glean information about Ash, his operations, and a possible weakness to exploit. Yet, each time she studied him, she found his guard up, face unreadable except for fleeting moments of curiosity when their eyes met across the room. Late one evening, after a particularly tense game, Ash pulled Jade aside. He handed her a small velvet box. Inside was a sapphire pendant, darker in hue than the blue siren but still mesmerizing. "For the fire in your eyes," he said, his voice low. Jade laughed bitterly, unsure whether he was mocking her or sincerely offering a gift. The tiny sapphire felt heavy with meaning. She hesitated. "Why?" she finally asked, eyes drifting to the gem in her hand. His lips curved into a half smile. "Because I can." It was an answer that told her everything and nothing. The power dynamic was still in his favour. He might view her as a treasure he'd acquired. But there was a peculiar gentleness in his tone, as though he saw something in her that mirrored a part of himself. That night, she paced in her room, the sapphire pendant glinting, on the bed. She wanted to throw it out the window to demonstrate she couldn't be bought, but a deeper part of her ached. For years she'd kept the world at arm's length, relying only on her skill. Yet something in Ash's eyes, his loneliness perhaps, resonated with her own sense of isolation. While she wrestled with her thoughts, there came a soft knock on the door. Ash stepped inside without waiting for permission. He wore a black silk shirt, unbuttoned at the collar, and the tension in his posture hinted he was waging a silent war within himself. "I should have knocked properly," he said quietly, glancing around her room. Jade raised an eyebrow. "Surprised you bother with politeness now." He let out a soft chuckle. "You're free to kick me out." "Am I?" she asked, bitterness lacing her tone. A flicker of pain crossed his face, but he pressed on. "I want to show you something." He gestured toward the hallway, and curiosity, along with a desire to end, the suffocating tension, made her follow. They walked to his study. This time, instead of taking her behind the desk, he led her to a large painting on the wall, an abstract piece with violent streaks of red and black. He pressed a hidden latch, and the painting swung open, revealing a safe. Punching in a code, he opened it. Inside were documents, stacks of cash, and a single photograph that he took out carefully. It depicted two young boys with bright smiles, arms around each other, standing on a sunlit dock. "This was me and my brother Diego years ago," Ash said, his voice wavering slightly. "We were close once. Our father ran the family business, smuggling gems. Diego was older but reckless. We had dreams of taking the business legit, but things changed." He paused, gaze turning distant. "Diego betrayed us. He tried to align with a rival cartel, nearly had me and our father killed to seal the deal. I had no choice but to confront him. The confrontation escalated. Our father died in the crossfire. Diego fled. I never forgave him, or myself." Jade studied his face in the dim light, seeing the raw torment etched into his features. She'd expected a hardened criminal, not a man burdened by regret. "Why tell me this?" she asked softly. "Because you might understand," he replied, setting the photo back. "That feeling of always being alone, mistrusting everyone, including your own blood, and because you're not just a pawn in my game." His final words lingered, heated by an undertone of longing. It happened unexpectedly. Perhaps it was the weight of confessions, or the vulnerability Ash rarely displayed. But Jade found herself leaning closer. The tension between them ignited. He reached out, brushing a strand of her hair aside. She closed her eyes, inhaling the faint scent of his cologne, smoke and spice. His lips hovered near hers, and in that breath of uncertainty, she realized she wanted it. She wanted to feel alive in a way she'd never allowed herself. Their mouths met in a fierce, bruising kiss that tasted of desperation and pent-up desire. They stumbled against the desk, scattering papers. Jade poured years of anger and longing into that moment. Ash responded with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. This was more than a power play. It was two people drowning in the same darkness, clinging to each other for a taste of light. When they finally broke apart, gasping, Ash's forehead rested against hers. "You're the storm I never saw coming," he whispered. Jade opened her eyes, heart pounding. She saw fear in his, a fear of losing control, of caring too much. Before she could speak, the phone on his desk buzzed, shattering the quiet intimacy. Ash pulled away, breath ragged. He grabbed the phone. "Yes?" A flash of anger crossed his features. "What do you mean? We have a problem?" He muttered a curse, his gaze flicking to Jade with a mix of apology and frustration. "I have to handle this." Jade swallowed hard, stepping back. The moment had ended, but it left a crack in the walls she'd built around herself, and a fissure in his stoic persona. A week later, word reached them from Dubai. Diego Castellano, Ash's older brother, had resurfaced after years of staying hidden. The rumour was that he'd commandeered a rival cartel, forging alliances with extremist groups that valued precious gems as untraceable currency. The atmosphere in Ash's penthouse chilled overnight. Guards appeared at every corner. Valentina doubled security protocols. One evening, Jade was in the library, pretending to browse books while eavesdropping on a hushed conversation between Valentina and Ash. She overheard enough to catch that Diego was planning something big, something that threatened Ash's entire operation. Later, an anonymous message reached Jade on a secure phone she'd hidden in her room. The voice on the line was scrambled, but she recognized the slight Spanish accent. The caller's content was more startling than the voice itself. "Ash killed our father. He's lying to you. Everything he's told you is a facade. Don't let him make a fool of you." The line went dead before Jade could respond. She tried calling back. No luck. Was it Diego? If so, was he telling the truth? A knot formed in her stomach. Ash had said Diego's betrayal led to their father's death. But what if the blame wasn't so simple? As the days passed, Jade's thoughts turned restless. She was falling for Ash, or at least the tender illusions he allowed her to see. But if he'd lied about his father's death, what else might he have concealed? She couldn't openly ask him. That would raise suspicions. Instead, she spent nights in the penthouse's small office, hacking into restricted files. She found references to the Castellano patriarch's demise, but the documents were heavily redacted. There were hints that their father had been shot in a warehouse, both sons present, but no official conclusion on who pulled the fatal trigger. Jade's heart pounded with each new clue. Was she letting desire blind her to Ash's darker secrets? She recalled how effortlessly he manipulated her life. Could he have done the same with the truth about his father? Valentina summoned Jade to a private lounge for a briefing. She laid out the next operation, a black opal heist in Italy that promised to fetch an obscene sum. But Jade's mind was elsewhere, on Diego's warning, on Ash's possible deception. At the end of the briefing, Valentina stared hard at Jade. "Something's off with you lately. Don't let your personal entanglements compromise your focus," Jade bristled. "No risk there." Valentina's gaze was icy. "Good, because Diego Castellano isn't playing around. If you get tangled in his web, you'll regret it." Jade forced a cool nod. Inside, she was torn. If Ash had lied, Diego might be the lesser evil, or maybe both were devils. She was caught between warring shadows, uncertain which flicker of light to follow. On the eve of their departure to Italy, Ash found Jade pacing by the balcony, the city lights shimmering below them like restless spirits. The tension between them was suffocating. She wanted answers but feared what she might discover. He approached from behind, gently laying a hand on her shoulder. She flinched, fighting the urge to confront him right then. Instead, she turned and pressed her lips to his in a desperate kiss. For an instant, his arms wrapped around her, and she leaned into the solace of his warmth, trying to forget the serpents of doubt coiling in her mind. But as they parted and their gazes locked, Jade saw that same wariness. Something had shifted irreversibly. Tomorrow they would face dangers from the outside world, but tonight it felt like the real battle was already raging inside them. Italy beckoned with promises of beauty and danger. Jade, Ash, and a small team landed in Florence under cover identities. Their target was a secluded estate owned by a private collector, rumoured to harbour an exquisite black opal necklace worth millions on the black market. But Jade carried more weight than her infiltration gear. Diego's warning, "Ash killed our father," echoed in her mind. She had not confronted Ash yet. She needed tangible proof. Anxiety gnawed at her, threatening to undermine her razor-sharp focus. They scouted the estate, noting guards armed to the teeth, advanced surveillance, and a treacherous layout. Valentina was in charge of logistics, while Jade was once more the point person for the break-in. The plan was airtight, until it wasn't. Halfway through disabling the estate's security grid, the lights flared back on, sirens blared. "Ambush!" Valentina's voice crackled through Jade's earpiece. "Get out now!" Jade sprinted down a corridor lined with Renaissance paintings. She found Ash cornered by armed men. Without thinking twice, she hurled a smoke grenade covering their retreat. Gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off marble. As the smoke thickened, she seized Ash's hand, guiding him toward the exit. The moment they were clear, Ash whipped around, suspicion blazing in his eyes. "You told Diego, didn't you? You sold me out." Jade's chest tightened in outrage. "I never—" He cut her off, voice razor sharp. "Don't lie. My father's memory might mean nothing to you, but I won't die in a trap orchestrated by my own blood." Something inside Jade snapped. "If you trusted me, you'd know I'd never do that. But you don't, do you?" She almost spat out the question about his father's death, but held back at the last second. The chaos surrounding them wouldn't allow for deep conversations or confessions. Valentina appeared, helping them fight off two more guards. The team evacuated into black SUVs, speeding through the Tuscan countryside until they reached a safe house. The heist was a complete failure. They'd barely escaped with their lives, and a few flesh wounds. Back at the safe house, tension sizzled like a live wire. Ash paced the floor, Valentina cleaned her pistol in brittle silence, and Jade fumed in a corner, her heart banging against her ribcage. Finally Jade rounded on Ash, fury fueling her words. "You accuse me of betrayal, but maybe you're the one who set this up. A test of loyalty, or something twisted to confirm your paranoia." Her voice cracked with pent-up frustration. Ash glared. "I lost men out there. Don't suggest this was a game." "Then maybe you're just incompetent," she fired back. The regret stabbed her immediately. She knew that would sting. Ash's jaw clenched, but he said nothing. Valentina intervened, stepping between them. "Enough. We need to regroup and figure out how Diego orchestrated this. One of our inside men must have flipped." Her gaze lingered on Jade, implying Jade might be that flipped asset. Jade scoffed in exasperation, whirling around to go to her room. She needed to get away before she said something she couldn't take back. That night, Jade made a decision. She couldn't continue drowning in half-truths and accusations. She needed to know the truth about Ash, about the father he might or might not have killed, and about Diego's real motivations. While the rest of the team was busy securing the perimeter, Jade slipped away. She found an unlocked car in the safe house garage and hotwired it. She realized she had no clear destination, only an overwhelming urge to be free from the swirl of lies. Driving down a moonlit road, she called a contact in Paris, someone who specialized in forging new identities. If she could confirm Ash's story and find a safe place, she'd decide her next step. Yet, she'd barely gotten a few miles when headlights flared behind her. A black motorcycle roared up, weaving dangerously close. Jade recognised the rider, Ash. He pulled up beside her window, motioning for her to pull over. Fear and anger clawed at her. She accelerated, hoping to outrun him, but he cut in front, forcing her to stop. They screeched to a halt on the deserted roadside. Ash yanked off his helmet, eyes ablaze. "You're running," he demanded, stepping toward her car. Jade jumped out, slamming the door. "I have no choice. You won't tell me the truth. You don't trust me. You treat me like a thief in a gilded cage." He grabbed her arm. "You are a thief, and you've stolen more than you realize." She met his gaze, tears threatening to blur her vision. "Let go." His grip loosened, but he didn't release her. The road was silent except for the hiss of the wind through olive trees. Emotions warred on his face. Anger, desperation, something else unspoken. Finally he let her go. "If you truly want out, go. But know this. If you walk away, Diego will come for you. He wants to use you against me. He's even more ruthless than I am." Jade swallowed the lump in her throat. "Then that's my burden to bear." For a long moment neither spoke. Then Jade got back into the car and drove off, leaving Ash standing in the glow of the motorcycle's headlight, his expression a portrait of heartbreak and rage. Jade returned to Paris, the city where this nightmare began. She rented a cheap room in a nondescript building, feeding the landlord a fake name. Days turned into a week, marked by paranoia and isolation. She kept to back alleys, changed her appearance with a wig, avoided her usual hangouts. A gnawing emptiness followed her every step. The more she tried to forget Ash's haunted eyes, the more they consumed her thoughts. She felt fractured, unsure of where she stood in this war between brothers. Then one evening, as she slipped into a dimly lit cafe, she spotted Valentina, sitting alone at a corner table. Jade's pulse spiked, suspecting a trap. But Valentina waved her, white napkin in a gesture of peace. Cautiously, Jade joined her. The hush of the cafe enveloped them, the smell of espresso cutting the tension. "Why are you here?" Jade demanded, ready to flee at the slightest threat. Valentina leaned forward, voice low. "Diego has mobilized a personal army. He's planning to assassinate Ash at a meeting in Istanbul. You might not care about the cartel, but I know you care about him." Jade's heart thumped. "Why should I believe you?" Valentina's eyes flashed. "Because I know Ash better than anyone. He made mistakes, yes, but he didn't kill his father. Diego's the one who set up the entire thing, possibly even pulled the trigger. Diego's men have been feeding you lies to turn you against Ash. I came because, despite everything, he still trusts you, and I don't want him dead." After Valentina left, Jade couldn't sleep. She roamed the Paris streets until dawn, mind roiling. If Valentina was telling the truth, Jade had been a pawn in Diego's revenge plot. The realization made her blood run cold. She pictured Ash, his guarded smiles, the vulnerability he'd shown, the way he'd risked everything to build an empire after losing his father and brother. A sharp pang of longing and regret speared through her. She might be the only one who could warn him in time, but returning to him meant trusting again, an act that felt alien and perilous. Yet, something stronger than fear pulsed in her veins. She wanted to protect the only man who'd ever dared to see through her hardened exterior. Whatever twisted form their connection took, it was real to her. As dusk fell the next day, Jade packed her gear. She made some calls, calling in old favours for travel documents. By midnight she was on a cargo plane bound for Istanbul, determined to reach Ash before Diego struck. All the while, she clung to the memory of that shared kiss in the study, the raw honesty in his eyes. If she was risking her life, it might as well be for the one person who made her feel alive. Istanbul's Grand Bazaar pulsed with life, a chaotic blend of colours and scents. Beneath its vibrant exterior, an underworld deal was about to happen. Ash Castellano stood in a secluded corner of a warehouse near the Bosphorus Strait, accompanied by a handful of loyal guards. He looked more tense than ever. Word on the street was that Diego had orchestrated this meeting to negotiate, but everyone knew it was a trap. Jade watched from the rafters, heart pounding. She'd arrived just in time to witness Diego's men slipping into position, rifles gleaming under fluorescent lights. A chill ran through her. She had to act now or Ash would be cut down in a hail of bullets. When the first shot rang out, Jade leaped into action, dropping from the rafters behind a stack of crates. She lobbed a flash grenade that disoriented Diego's men, then darted forward to where Ash took cover behind a steel pillar. He started to aim, his gun, until recognition flickered in his eyes. "Jade?" She gave a nod, breath ragged. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. Diego, he lied to me. I'm here to help." Emotions cascaded across his face. Shock, relief, anger, maybe even a hint of gratitude. But there was no time to talk. Diego himself strode into view, flanked by bodyguards. The older brother's face wore a triumphant sneer. "This ends now, Ash," he spat, levelling a pistol. "And this time, I won't miss." Gunfire erupted from every direction. Jade and Ash fought back to back, covering each other in a deadly dance of bullets and cunning. At one point, Jade rolled across the concrete floor to grab a fallen weapon, taking out 2 of Diego's men. She realized she was fighting not just for survival, but for a chance at redemption, for both her and Ash. Valentina arrived with reinforcements, pushing Diego's men into retreat, but Diego himself remained, determined to kill his brother. He cornered Ash. Behind a shipping container, pistol aimed at Ash's chest. Jade, hidden behind a nearby crate, took a shot that grazed Diego's arm. He howled in pain, pivoting the gun toward her. Ash seized the moment. He lunged, wrenching the weapon from Diego's grasp. A scuffle broke out, brutal and personal. In the end, Ash pinned his brother to the ground, chest heaving, gun pressed to Diego's temple. Diego glared, panting. "Do it, brother. Prove you're just like me." Jade felt her heart spike. Would Ash pull the trigger? The seconds stretched like wire about to snap. Finally, with a growl of rage, Ash hurled the gun aside. "No," he said, voice shaking. "I'm not you." Valentina's men secured Diego, who spat curses as they dragged him away. Jade knelt next to Ash, heart in her throat. He had a bleeding gash on his arm, but it seemed superficial. Cradling his face in her hands, Jade looked into his eyes, tears wetting her lashes. "I'm sorry I doubted you." Ash exhaled, a shuddering breath. "You saved my life. Twice now." They helped each other up, battered but alive. The city lights of Istanbul glittered outside like 1,000 possibilities. For the first time, Jade believed in something more than just survival. A gentle ocean breeze caressed Jade's skin as she stood on the sun-drenched balcony of a secluded island villa. The horizon was a tapestry of turquoise waves and golden sunlight. She sipped from a cup of spiced tea, letting the salty air soothe her. Behind her, Ash emerged, dressed casually in linen pants and a half-button shirt, a faint scar visible on his forearm, one of the many they'd both acquired. After the showdown in Istanbul, rumours spread that Adrian Ash Castellano and his infamous jewel thief accomplice had vanished, presumed dead or in hiding. The truth was more nuanced. They'd decided to step away from the black market empire altogether, leaving Valentina to handle the transition to legitimate ventures, or dismantle them if she wished. Now, on this remote island, they ran a private security firm specialising in the protection and recovery of rare artefacts, flipping their skills from theft to preservation. It felt like a surreal twist of fate, yet it also felt right. Jade's hand absently touched the ring on her finger. Its centerpiece, the blue siren sapphire. Once a symbol of her captivity, now it sparkled as a testament to a shared destiny. The memory of their stormy path still brought flashes of pain and regret, but they found solace in building something honest side by side. From the open doorway, Ash smiled. "Ready for our next job? There's a lost manuscript in an auction house that needs protecting." She turned, a playful glint in her eye. "Let's go steal it before anyone else tries then. Old habits die hard after all." He chuckled, crossing the balcony to stand beside her. Their hands entwined, and for a moment the ghosts of their past receded, replaced by the pounding of the ocean against the shore and the simple warmth of each other's presence. No matter the shadows that lingered, they had found a form of freedom in the very thing that once bound them, trust in one another. Even if tomorrow brought fresh storms, tonight they stood together, hearts still beating in unison amidst the quiet hum of the surf. Whispers under Talkeetna's sky. The ring box made a hollow sound when Ethan Cole set it down on his nightstand. 8 years of love, reduced to a velvet cube and a stone that caught light he no longer wanted to see. He hadn't thrown it away, couldn't pawn it, wouldn't return it. The ring existed in limbo, just like him. "I just don't recognise us anymore," Mia had said 6 months ago, her voice gentle as it dismantled his world. "We were children when we met, Ethan. I need to know who I am without you." Ethan stared at his reflection in his childhood bedroom mirror. At 24, he'd become a stranger to himself, unshaven, hollow-eyed, and depressed. Then unemployed, after Kaplan's architecture let him go. 3 missed deadlines, 2 client complaints, and 1 partner who'd finally said, "Take some time, Cole. Come back when your head's clear." His phone buzzed. Another message from Mia. "Just checking in. Hope you're doing better. Ran into your mum at Wegmans. She's worried." He typed, deleted, typed again. "I'm fine." Then deleted that too. What was there to say? That he spent most nights scrolling through photos of their life together? That he drafted emails to his boss begging for his job back but couldn't bring himself to send them? That his friends had stopped inviting him out after the 3rd time he'd gotten drunk and talked about Mia until closing time? Instead of responding, he opened Reddit, mindlessly scrolling through posts. An hour later, he found himself in our solo travel, reading an AMA from someone who'd spent a year working their way across New Zealand using something called Workaway. "Basically, you exchange work for room and board," the poster explained. "I spent 3 months on a vineyard, 2 at a hostel, and the rest at various farms. Best decision I ever made." Ethan's finger hovered over the link. What exactly did he have to lose? The Workaway site was filled with opportunities. Organic farms in Italy, hostels in Thailand, language exchanges in Argentina. He applied to a dozen listings without much thought, writing the same basic introduction, mentioning his background in architecture, his willingness to learn, his need for something new. Most hosts never replied. 2 sent polite rejections. 1 family in Portugal seemed interested until they learned he couldn't commit to 6 months. Then came the email from Alaska. "Hi Ethan, I'm writing on behalf of Northlights B&B in Talkeetna, Alaska. We're looking for someone to help with property maintenance and eventually assist with our dog sledding team. September through February position. No experience needed. My grandfather and I can teach you everything. It's remote, it's cold, and it's not for everyone. But if you're looking to disappear for a while, there are worse places than here." Willow Morgan. The directness of her message struck him. No false enthusiasm, no sugarcoating. If you're looking to disappear for a while, it was exactly what he needed. He replied immediately, and within 3 days had purchased a one-way ticket to Anchorage. The night before his flight, he finally texted Mia back. "I'm going to Alaska tomorrow, taking a job at a B&B. Don't know when I'll be back." She called within minutes, but he let it go to voicemail. Later, he listened to her message. Alaska? Ethan? That's... Wow. I hope you find what you're looking for there. I really do. I'm sorry for how things... Just be careful, okay? Call me when you get there. At least let me know you arrived safely. His thumbs hovered over the phone. So many words caught in his throat, none of them right. In the end, he simply wrote, I will. As his flight took off the next morning, Ethan watched his hometown disappear beneath the clouds. He wasn't running away, he told himself. He was running towards something. He just had no idea what that something might be. The tiny 8-seater plane rattled as it approached Talkeetna, giving Ethan his first real glimpse of Alaska. Below, endless forests spread like a dark green carpet, interrupted by silver threads of rivers and the occasional clearing. In the distance loomed Denali, its peak crowned in perpetual snow even in September. First time in Alaska? The pilot's voice crackled through the headset. That obvious? You haven't stopped staring out the window. Folks who live here. He gestured at the other passengers, who were either sleeping or reading. We've seen it before. It's nothing like New York, Ethan said, mostly to himself. Damn right it's not. That's why people come, and why they stay. The landing strip appeared below, a ribbon of asphalt at the edge of what barely qualified as a town. As they descended, Ethan's stomach tightened with a familiar anxiety. What the hell was he doing? He'd never owned a dog, much less driven a dog sled. He'd never lived somewhere he couldn't get pizza delivered at midnight. He'd never... Mr. Cole, a young woman, stood beside a weathered truck in the small lot outside the airfield office. She was startlingly petite, maybe 5'2", wearing a flannel shirt that hung loose on her slender frame. Her dark hair was pulled back in a messy bun, revealing a face that looked younger than he'd expected. "Willow?" he asked, extending his hand. "That's me." Her handshake was firm, her eyes an unsettling shade of grey. Not blue-grey or green-grey, but the colour of storm clouds. "Welcome to Talkeetna." She took one of his bags and loaded it into the truck. "Thanks for meeting me," he said, struggling to make conversation as they drove away from the airstrip. "The town seems... quaint." A slight smile. Quaint is one word for it. 300 residents year-round, though it doubles in summer with tourists. Winters, though, winters, it's just us. Ethan wanted to ask about her, how old she was, why she ran a B&B in the middle of nowhere, who us referred to besides her grandfather, but something in her demeanour suggested she preferred keeping conversation functional. Instead, he watched out the window as they passed the town's main street, a collection of log cabins converted to gift shops, a brewing company, an ice cream parlour, and a bar whose sign simply read, "Fair View." "That's downtown," Willow explained. "Southside is mostly residential, and we're headed north about 2 miles out." The truck turned onto a narrower road that wound through dense forest before finally emerging at a clearing. The Northlight's bed and breakfast was a large 2-storey log structure with a wraparound porch, flanked by several smaller outbuildings, and what appeared to be dog kennels set further back on the property. Beyond it all, a pristine lake reflected the afternoon sunlight. "Nice place," Ethan said, genuinely impressed. "Been in my grandparents' family for 3 generations. Before the tourists, it was just a homestead." Willow parked and got out. "Grandpa's probably with the dogs. I'll show you to your cabin, then give you the tour." "My cabin?" She pointed to one of the smaller structures. "That's where you'll stay. We don't make staff sleep in the main house. Everyone needs their privacy." The cabin was simple but comfortable. A studio set up with a queen bed, small kitchenette, bathroom with a stand-up shower, and a desk by the window that overlooked the lake. Rustic but not primitive, there was Wi-Fi, electric heat, and even a small TV. "It's perfect," Ethan said, setting down his bags. "When do I start?" Willow leaned against the doorframe. "Tomorrow's soon enough. Rest today. Get your bearings. Dinner's at 6 in the main house. We don't have guests until the weekend, so it's just you, me, and my grandparents." As she turned to leave, Ethan called after her. "Willow?" She paused, those storm cloud eyes meeting his. "Thanks for taking a chance on me. I know I don't exactly have the right experience for this." Something unreadable passed across her face. Everyone has their reasons for coming to Alaska, Ethan. Most of them boil down to needing to be somewhere that isn't where they were before. She offered a small smile. 6 o'clock. Don't be late. Gran hates when food gets cold." Left alone, Ethan unpacked methodically, arranging his belongings as though establishing this new space might help establish this new self. From the bottom of his duffel, he pulled out his field recording equipment, a Zoom F3 field recorder, a matched pair of clippy EM272 XLR microphones, Sony MDR 7506 headphones, and an Apple MacBook Pro with Reaper installed. It was the one passion he'd maintained even during his worst days after Mia. The emptiness hit suddenly as he sat on the edge of the bed. 6 hours ago he'd been in New York. Now he was in Alaska, where he knew no one, working a job he wasn't qualified for, running from a broken heart that had followed him anyway. His phone buzzed. Mia again. "Did you arrive? Are you okay?" He stared at the message for a long moment, before replying simply, "I'm here. I'm okay." Then he silenced his phone, set an alarm for 5:45, and lay back on the bed. Outside his window, the lake water rippled under a breeze, making a sound both foreign and familiar. He closed his eyes and listened, really listened, for the first time in months. "Lean with the sled, not against it," Frank Morgan called over the morning wind. "You fight the curve, you'll flip us both." Ethan adjusted his weight, feeling the wooden sled respond beneath him as they navigated a turn on the practice trail. After 2 weeks at Northlights, he graduated from kennel cleaning and feeding to actual dog handling. This first run with Frank, Willow's grandfather and the unquestioned patriarch of the operation, was his first real test. The 6-dog team powered ahead, their breath visible in the crisp October air. Talkeetna had already seen its first snowfall, though not enough for proper sledding. Today they used a wheeled training rig, but Frank insisted the principles were the same. "Good! Now give him the command to slow." "Whoa," Ethan called out, surprised when the lead dog actually responded, bringing the team to a gradual halt. Frank clapped him on the shoulder. "You're a natural city boy." Ethan couldn't help but laugh. Nothing about the past 2 weeks had felt natural. His first days had been a blur of sore muscles, blistered hands, and endless instructions about the B&B's operation. He'd painted railings, replaced rotted boards on the dock, cleaned guest rooms, and spent hours in the kennel learning the names and personalities of 16 Alaskan huskies. Through it all, Willow had been a patient but reserved guide, teaching him the essentials with a quiet efficiency. She handled the B&B's operations, bookkeeping, reservations, guest services, while Frank managed the dogs, and her grandmother Rosemary ran the kitchen. "Look alive, Cole," Frank called, breaking into Ethan's thoughts. "We're heading back. You take the commands this time." By the time they returned to the kennel, Ethan's face was chilled but flushed with exhilaration. As they unharnessed the dogs, he caught sight of Willow watching from the porch of the main house, her expression unreadable from a distance. "Not bad," Frank said, coiling the harness lines. "Few more runs and you'll be ready to take guests out, just in time for the real snow." "I hope so," Ethan replied, kneeling to rub the lead dog behind the ears. Juno, a steel-grey female with one blue eye and one brown, had become his favourite. "Though I'm not sure I'd trust me with paying customers yet." Tourists just want the experience. Long as you don't dump them in a snowbank, they'll give you 5 stars. Frank's weathered face creased with a smile. "Go on in and warm up. Rosemary's making her caribou stew, and Willow mentioned something about needing help with the website later." Inside, the main house was warm and fragrant with cooking smells. Rosemary, a soft-spoken woman with silver hair and Frank's same mischievous eyes, ladled stew into a mug and pressed it into Ethan's hands. "Drink," she instructed. "You city folk always forget to hydrate in the cold." "Yes, ma'am," Ethan said, sipping the rich broth gratefully. "Good run?" Willow asked, not looking up from her laptop at the dining table. "Your grandfather thinks I'm a natural." "Grandpa thinks anyone who doesn't fall off the sled on their first day is a natural." But there was amusement in her voice. "When you're done with that, I could use your help with some web design issues. Grandpa mentioned you had a background in architecture." "Yeah, I worked for a firm in Rochester. Design and project management mostly." "Good. Our website looks like it was built in 2003. She finally glanced up. "You're still wearing your hat inside?" Ethan reached up, surprised to find the knit beanie still on his head. "Oh, sorry." "Don't be. Your ears are bright red. Keep it on until they stop stinging." It was the most personal comment she'd made since his arrival, and he found himself oddly touched by her concern. Over the next hour they sat side by side at the table, shoulders occasionally brushing as they redesigned the B&B's outdated website. Willow was surprisingly tech-savvy for someone who lived so remotely, and her eye for design impressed him. "Where did you learn all this?" he asked as she adjusted the CSS on a page. She hesitated. "Community college. I was studying digital media before I moved here." Before her boyfriend died, Ethan mentally filled in. Though he'd been at Northlights for 2 weeks, the only personal information he'd gleaned about Willow had come from Frank during their work together. All he knew was that she'd lost her military boyfriend overseas, then left North Carolina to live with her grandparents. She never mentioned it, and Ethan never asked. "Well, you have good instincts," he said, keeping his tone professional. "This layout works much better." "Thanks." She glanced at him, then back at the screen. "Frank says you're good with the dogs." "I like them. They're uncomplicated." A small smile. "Uncomplicated is a nice way of saying they'll love anyone who feeds them. Maybe that's what I like about it. Earned affection." The words slipped out before he could censor them. Willow's hands paused over the keyboard. For a moment Ethan thought he'd overstepped, revealed too much of his own brokenness. But then she nodded, almost imperceptibly. "I understand that," she said quietly. They worked in silence for another hour, but something had shifted between them. Some small recognition of shared experience, of parallel paths that had somehow converged in this unlikely place. That night, after dinner, Ethan returned to his cabin and retrieved his recording equipment. The temperature had dropped further, and his breath clouded as he walked down to the lake's edge. Setting up his matched microphones on a stand, he put on his headphones and simply listened. The world through the amplified microphones was a revelation. Water lapping gently at the shore, the distant call of an unseen bird, wind rustling through pine needles. He adjusted levels, finding focus in the technical details, then hit record. For 30 minutes he stood motionless, capturing the sounds of a world so different from the one he'd left behind. No car horns, no voices, no constant hum of urban life. Just wilderness, breathing around him. "What are you doing?" He hadn't heard Willow approach. Pulling off the headphones, he turned to find her standing a few feet away, hands tucked into the pockets of her parka. "Field recording," he explained. "I collect natural sounds." "For what?" "Sometimes I sell them to sound designers for films or games. Mostly I just collect them for myself." She tilted her head. "Can I hear?" He hesitated, then handed her the headphones. Willow put them on, and her eyes widened slightly as the amplified sounds of the night surrounded her. For several long moments she stood completely still, listening. When she finally removed the headphones, her expression had softened. It's like hearing the world with new ears," she said. "That's exactly what it is." Ethan smiled. "Want to try recording something?" To his surprise, she nodded. For the next hour they moved around the property, capturing different sound perspectives. The creak of the dock, the hushed whisper of trees, the distant chorus of dogs responding to a faraway wolf howl. Willow proved to be an intuitive assistant, suggesting locations and even holding a reflector to capture certain audio angles. As they worked, Ethan found himself watching her more than his equipment. In the dim light, with her focus entirely on the sounds around them, she seemed different, more open, more present. When she suddenly looked up and caught him staring, he expected her to retreat back into her usual reserve. Instead, she smiled, a real smile that reached her eyes and transformed her face. "What?" "Nothing," he said. "You're just good at this. I used to help my boyfriend record guitar demos." Her voice was quiet but steady. He was always particular about microphone placement. It was the first time she'd mentioned him voluntarily. Ethan nodded, not wanting to press. Some things translate across different types of recording. "Yeah." She looked at the lake, then back at him. "It's getting late. We should head back." As they packed up the equipment, their fingers brushed while coiling a cable. Neither of them acknowledged it, but neither pulled away too quickly either. At the fork in the path between the main house and his cabin, Willow paused. "Thanks for showing me that." "Any time," Ethan said. "Really." She nodded, then added, "We have guests arriving tomorrow, 2 couples from Seattle. They've booked the half-day dog sledding experience for Saturday. Am I running it?" "With Frank, yes. He thinks you're ready." She hesitated. "I do too." Before he could respond, she turned and walked toward the main house, her silhouette gradually disappearing into the darkness. Ethan stood watching long after she was gone, aware of a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with his heavy coat. Back in his cabin, he transferred the evening's recordings to his laptop and began editing almost automatically, his mind elsewhere. Partway through, his phone buzzed with a text from Mia. Their occasional check-ins had continued, growing more infrequent but strangely less painful with time and distance. "How's the great wilderness treating you?" He considered his response more carefully than usual. "Better than I expected." "I'm learning to drive a dog sled," her reply came quickly. "That sounds both terrifying and amazing. Are you still planning to come back in February?" The question gave him pause. February had been his original return date, the end of his 6-month commitment to North Lights. But, for the first time, the thought of returning to New York didn't bring the comfort of familiarity. Instead, it felt like an approaching deadline, a countdown to leaving something that had, somehow, begun to feel more substantial than mere escape. "That's the plan," he wrote finally. But plans change. He sent the message, then returned to his editing, losing himself in the captured sounds of Talkeetna and in memories of storm-grey eyes that had, for a brief moment, looked at him with something like connection. November in Talkeetna brought serious snow and the year's first steady stream of aurora chasers, tourists who came specifically to witness the northern lights from the pristine vantage point that North Lights B&B offered. The guest room stayed consistently booked, and Ethan found himself fully integrated into the daily operations. Mornings meant kennel duty and dog sled preparations. Afternoons were spent either guiding guests on beginner trails or handling maintenance tasks around the property. Evenings brought dinner service assistance and then, increasingly often, time with Willow. Their shared interest in recording had become a regular activity. 3 times a week, weather permitting, they would venture out with Ethan's equipment, capturing the evolving soundscape of the Alaskan wilderness. Willow had proven herself not just a willing assistant, but an insightful collaborator, hearing nuances in the natural environment that even Ethan sometimes missed. "The ice on the lake is making that singing sound again," she said one evening as they stood on the partially frozen shoreline, the temperature well below freezing. "Can you hear it?" Ethan adjusted his headphones. Through the amplified microphones, he picked up the eerie, otherworldly tones of lake ice expanding and contracting, a sound like crystalline whale songs echoing across the surface. Got it, he confirmed, watching the levels on his recorder. This is incredible. It only happens when the year temperature drops suddenly after sunset. Willow's face, half hidden by her scarf, showed concentrated interest. My grandfather used to tell me it was the lake spirits talking to each other. What do you think they're saying? She considered this, her breath clouding in the frigid air. Bundle up, idiot humans. It's 15 below. Ethan laughed, the sound carrying across the empty landscape. Fair assessment. As they recorded, the sky above them began to shimmer with the first hints of aurora. Faint green ribbons undulating against the stars. Willow pointed upward. Looks like a good night for it, she said. The guests will be thrilled. Do you ever get used to it? Ethan asked, watching the lights intensify. Seeing something so extraordinary. No, she answered simply. Some things never become ordinary, no matter how many times you see them. They stood in comfortable silence, recording equipment momentarily forgotten as the aurora strengthened, dancing across the sky, in pulses of green and purple. Without conscious thought, Ethan found himself shifting closer to Willow until their shoulders touched. She didn't move away. The first time I saw it, she said quietly, was the night I arrived here. I was such a mess, couldn't stop crying for days. Gran and Grandpa didn't know what to do with me. She kept her eyes on the sky. That night, Grandpa practically dragged me outside, said, "Look up, girl. Remember how small we are." And there it was, the whole sky, alive. I stood there until my tears froze on my face. Ethan swallowed. Did it help? Not immediately, but it reminded me that the world was bigger than my grief. She turned to look at him. What are you running from, Ethan? The directness of her question startled him, though perhaps it shouldn't have. After 2 months of working side by side, they'd developed a rapport built on shared silence and careful words. But neither had pushed into the tender places of the other's past. My fiancé left me, he said, the words simpler to speak aloud than he'd anticipated. 8 years together since high school. I thought we were forever. She didn't. Willow nodded, not with pity but with recognition. How long ago? Almost a year now. We were supposed to get married in April. And instead you're in Alaska, freezing your arse off with me. Despite everything, he smiled. Yeah, instead I'm here. Do you regret it? Coming here? No, he said without hesitation. I needed to find out who I am without her, who I could be. Willow's eyes, reflecting the aurora above, studied his face. And? Who are you, Ethan Cole? Still figuring that out, but I like who I'm becoming. He hesitated. What about you? Do you think you'll stay in Alaska forever? She looked back at the sky. I don't know. When I came here, I couldn't imagine being anywhere else. It was the only place that didn't remind me of him. She paused. Now I'm not running away anymore, I'm just here. And most days that's enough. The aurora intensified, casting enough light to illuminate the frozen landscape around them. On impulse, Ethan reached for his recorder again. Can I try something? He asked. Willow nodded, and he positioned the microphones carefully, then spoke into them. November 15th, Talkeetna, Alaska, Aurora recording with Willow Morgan. He glanced at her. Say something. She hesitated, then leaned toward the microphone. Hello, night sky. We're listening. They stood recording the silence for several minutes. Not true silence, of course, but the subtle symphony of night. Distant owl calls, creaking ice, their own measured breaths, the soft rustle of their clothing when they moved. Later, back at Ethan's cabin, they huddled over his laptop, listening to the playback while warming their hands on mugs of the tea Rosemary had pressed upon them before they escaped from the main house. There's not much to hear, Willow observed, head tilted toward the speaker. That's what I like about it, Ethan replied. It's the sound of witnessing something bigger than ourselves. She looked at him with that same unreadable expression he'd seen the first day, except now he was beginning to understand the complexity behind it. Not coldness, but caution. Not distance, but careful consideration. You're different than I expected, she said finally. How so? I thought you'd be more city, soft, useless, he supplied with a self-deprecating smile. Temporary, she finished. Most people who come here are just passing through. Even when they stay 6 months, they're still just visiting. But you're present in a way most visitors aren't. The compliment warmed him more than the tea. Maybe because I didn't come here looking for something specific. I just needed somewhere to be. And now I'm finding things I wasn't looking for. He met her eyes. Good things. The moment stretched between them, taut with unspoken possibilities. Then Willow set down her mug and stood. It's late, she said. We have the Henderson group arriving tomorrow and they've booked the extended trail run. Ethan walked her to the door, suddenly reluctant to end the evening. Thanks for coming out tonight. The recording was better because of you. At the threshold, Willow turned, her face half in shadow. For a heartbeat, Ethan thought she might say something more, might acknowledge whatever was growing between them. Instead, she reached out and briefly touched his arm. Good night, Ethan. Good night, Willow. After she left, Ethan returned to his laptop, listening again to their Aurora recording. Her voice saying, "We're listening," looped in his mind as he edited the file, balancing levels and removing wind noise. When he finally fell asleep, it was with headphones still on, the sound of that night and her presence in it, following him into dreams. December transformed Talkeetna into a winter wonderland. Snow-blanketed, everything. Christmas lights twinkled from the eaves of the main house, and the dog sledding business hit its peak season. Ethan now led tours independently, having earned Frank's complete trust with the team. The morning of the winter solstice, the darkest day of the year, Ethan woke before dawn to take Juno and the lead team out for an early run. With no guests scheduled until afternoon, he planned a longer trail, one that curved around the far side of the lake and through pristine forest rarely seen by tourists. To his surprise, he found Willow already at the kennel, preparing harnesses. "Morning," she said, her breath visible in the pre-dawn cold. "Mind some company?" "Not at all," he replied, unable to keep the pleasure from his voice. "Special occasion?" "Solstice tradition. Grandpa and I always take a sunrise run, but his hip's bothering him, so I thought..." She shrugged. "Unless you'd rather go alone." "I'd rather go with you." They worked in companionable silence, harnessing the dogs who pranced with excitement, aware of the adventure ahead. As they finished, Frank appeared, limping slightly but grinning. "Taking my place already, Cole?" he called. "Next thing I know, you'll be after my B&B too." "Just borrowing your dog, sir," Ethan replied with a smile. "And your granddaughter, apparently." "She's her own woman," Frank's eyes twinkled. "But she chooses good company these days," Willow rolled her eyes. "Ignore him. He thinks he's funny before coffee." Once the sled was ready, Ethan took the driving position with Willow standing just in front of him, both of them nestled between the curved handles. "Ready?" he asked. She nodded, and he gave the command. "Hike!" The dogs lunged forward, and the sled glided across the packed snow with a satisfying hiss. They passed the main house, where Rosemary waved from the porch, then followed the trail that curved around the frozen lake. The sky was just beginning to lighten, not with true sunlight, but with the deep blue that preceded dawn in winter. Ethan was acutely aware of Willow standing within the circle of his arms, her back occasionally brushing against his chest as they navigated turns. They'd grown closer over the past weeks, sharing meals, working together, spending evenings recording or simply talking by the fire, but always with a careful boundary of physical space between them. Now, As the sled picked up speed on a downhill stretch, she leaned back against him more firmly, and he adjusted his stance to support her. "Okay?" he asked close to her ear. "Perfect," she replied, and he could hear the smile in her voice. They sledded in silence for nearly an hour, following the winding trail as dawn slowly illuminated the landscape. When they reached the far side of the lake, Ethan called for the dogs to halt near a small clearing with a view of the mountains. "This is beautiful," Willow said as they secured the sled. "I haven't been out this far in months. I found it last week. Thought it might make a good recording spot." Ethan reached into his pack and pulled out a thermos. "Tea?" They sat on a fallen log, sipping hot tea while the dogs rested, curled in the snow. The solstice sunrise painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, reflecting off the distant glaciers. "When I first came to Alaska," Willow said, breaking the comfortable silence, "I hated how dark it got in winter. The endless night felt like it matched how I felt inside." Ethan nodded, understanding. "And now I see the beauty in it. The darkness makes you appreciate the light more." She turned to look at him. "Like grief. You don't get over it. You learn to carry it differently." "Is that what you've done? Learn to carry it?" "I'm trying." She pulled a small object from her pocket, a brass compass worn with age. This was his, James. My grandpa gave it to him when he enlisted. Ethan watched as she cradled it in her gloved hands. "It's beautiful. After he died, I couldn't look at it without falling apart. Now," she held it out to Ethan, "now I can share it with someone who understands what it means to lose your direction and have to find a new one." The weight of her trust settled in his chest as he carefully took the compass. "Thank you." "I've been thinking about what happens when your 6 months are up," she said, her eyes on the horizon. "You'll be leaving in February." The thought had been weighing on Ethan too, growing heavier as the calendar pages turned. What had once seemed like an escape hatch back to real life now felt like an approaching loss. "That was the original plan," he agreed carefully. "Is it still your plan?" He looked at her, really looked at her. The sunlight caught in her dark hair, her storm-grey eyes questioning but not demanding. In the 3 months since he'd arrived, broken and adrift, something had healed in him. Something had grown too. "I don't know," he admitted. "My life is still in New York. My family. My career. What's left of it." "And Mia?" she asked quietly. He shook his head. "No, not Mia. What we had, it's in the past now. I'll always care about her, but I'm not in love with her anymore." "When did you know?" Willow's voice was soft, almost lost in the morning air. Ethan considered the question carefully. "I think part of me knew before I came here. That's why I needed to leave, to make sure it wasn't just hurt or pride talking." He looked at the compass in his hand, its needle pointing steadily north. "But being here, finding purpose again, meeting you, it confirmed what I already knew. Some endings are just endings." Willow was quiet for a long moment, then slid her hand into his. Even through their gloves, the contact felt significant, a deliberate crossing of the careful boundary they'd maintained. "I didn't think I'd ever want to feel anything for anyone again," she said. "After James, I just shut down, came here to disappear. And now?" Her eyes met his, clear and certain. "Now I'm ready to reappear." The kiss, when it finally happened, felt both inevitable and surprising, like the first snowfall of winter or the sudden appearance of aurora in a clear sky. Ethan leaned forward. Willow met him halfway, and their lips touched with gentle certainty. When they pulled apart, their breath mingled in the cold air between them. Willow's cheeks were flushed, her eyes brighter than he had ever seen them. "We should head back," she said, though she made no move to rise. "Gran will worry." 5 more minutes, Ethan replied, pulling her closer. The dogs aren't complaining. She laughed, the sound crystal clear in the winter stillness, and rested her head against his shoulder. 5 minutes. They sat together as the sun continued its brief winter arc, casting long shadows across the snow. In the distance, Dennerley stood immovable and eternal, witness to countless human stories played out beneath its watch. For the first time since arriving in Alaska, Ethan didn't feel like a visitor passing through. He felt, improbably but undeniably, like he was exactly where he belonged. Christmas at Northlights came with traditions that felt ancient and grounding. Frank and Rosemary closed the B&B to guests for 3 days, creating a private family celebration that now, by unspoken agreement, included Ethan. They cut a small spruce from their property, decorated it with hand-carved ornaments and strings of cranberries, and exchanged modest gifts beside a roaring fire. Ethan's gift to Willow, a custom collection of their recorded sounds, edited into what he called the Talkeetna Symphony and loaded onto a dedicated player, brought tears to her eyes. Her gift to him, a handmade journal bound in soft leather, the first pages already filled with her sketches of the dogs, the landscape, and sometimes, when he hadn't noticed her watching, of him, left him speechless. "I've never had anyone see me the way you do," he told her later, that night as they walked back to his cabin, the sky above them clear and star-filled. "I could say the same," she replied, squeezing his hand. "You hear the things most people miss." Their relationship had blossomed in the week since the solstice kiss, growing with the natural rhythm of people who recognise something essential in each other. They spent most evenings together now, alternating between his cabin and the quiet corner of the main house that Willow had claimed as her personal space, a small room off the kitchen with a comfortable love seat and a window facing the mountains. Nothing was hidden. Frank and Rosemary watched their granddaughter's happiness with approving eyes, though Frank occasionally grumbled good-naturedly about young love making everyone else feel ancient. Intimacy developed gradually between them, each step deliberate and meaningful. Ethan, still cautious after Mia, and Willow, still carrying the shadow of her loss, moved toward each other with tender patience. When they finally made love for the first time, on New Year's Eve while Aurora painted the sky outside his cabin window, it felt like a culmination rather than a beginning, a natural progression of the connection they'd been building since that first sunrise dog sled run. "Look," Willow whispered afterward, drawing his attention to the window where green and purple lights danced across the darkness. "The sky is celebrating with us." Ethan kissed her shoulder, marvelling at how perfectly she fit against him. "I never want to leave this place." The words slipped out unplanned, but soon as he spoke them, he knew they were true. The thought of returning to New York in February, once his anchor to reality, now felt like a sentence. Here, with Willow and the life they were building, he had found something he hadn't known he was searching for. She propped herself up on one elbow, her dark hair spilling across her bare shoulders. "Then don't. It's not that simple." "Why not?" Her grey eyes were serious. "The B&B needs someone year-round. Grandpa's not getting any younger, and his hip's worse than he admits. We've talked about hiring someone permanent, and you already know the operation. You could stay, Ethan, if you wanted to." The possibility hung between them, tantalising, terrifying. "What about my career? Everything I built back home?" "You're an architect. People need buildings everywhere, even in Alaska." She touched his face gently. "I'm not asking you to decide tonight. Just think about it, about what really matters to you now." He pulled her close again, breathing in the pine and sweetgrass scent of her hair. "I will." But thinking was all he seemed capable of doing in the weeks that followed. January brought the deepest cold and the most brilliant auroras, keeping the B&B fully booked and everyone busy. Ethan led dog sled tours daily, continued helping Frank with maintenance projects, and spent his free moments with Willow, all while the February deadline loomed closer. "You seem distracted," Willow observed one evening as they edited recordings together in his cabin. "Just thinking about the future," he hesitated. "I got an email from my old boss today. They want me back. Said they'd held my position open, hoping I'd return." Willow's hand stilled over the laptop. "Are you going to accept?" "I don't know. It's a good offer. Security, familiar work, a path forward." He ran a hand through his hair. "But the thought of leaving here, leaving you—" "You could try long distance," she suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. "People make it work." "Do they? Really?" He took her hand. "I don't want to start something beautiful just to watch it wither from 2,000 miles away." "Then what do you want, Ethan?" The question was simple but profound. 4 months ago he wouldn't have had an answer, or rather, his answer would have been to rewind time, to go back to when his life with Mia still made sense. Now, looking at Willow in the soft light of his cabin, he knew exactly what he wanted. The challenge was reconciling it with the life he'd built before Alaska. "I want both," he admitted. "I want my career, the work I trained for, and I want this. You, Talkeetna, the life we could have here." "Then go back," she said, surprising him. "Go back to New York, settle your affairs, figure out if there's a way to do both. And if there isn't—" She took a deep breath. "If there isn't, at least you'll know you tried. You won't resent me or Alaska for what you gave up." The wisdom in her words struck him. "You'd wait, even knowing I might choose differently in the end?" "I've learned that real love means giving people the freedom to find their own way," she said. "James taught me that. And I love you, Ethan. I want you to stay because you choose it, not because you're afraid of losing me." The declaration, their first exchange of those words, hung in the air between them. Ethan pulled her into his arms, overwhelmed by the gift she was offering him. "I love you too," he whispered against her hair. "And I will come back to you. I promise." 2 weeks later, Ethan stood at the small Talkeetna airstrip, his duffel bag at his feet. Frank and Rosemary had already said their goodbyes at the B&B, giving him and Willow privacy for their parting. "1 month," he said, holding both her hands in his. "I'll be back in 1 month, whether I've figured everything out or not." Willow nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "Take this." She pressed James's compass into his hand. "So you can always find your way back." "I can't take this." "You're not taking it. You're borrowing it. Bring it back to me." She stood on tiptoe to kiss him, then stepped back as the small plane's engine started. 1 month. As the plane lifted off, Ethan watched Talkeetna grow smaller beneath him. Willow remained visible by the airstrip until the landscape blurred into forest and snow, becoming indistinguishable from the wilderness surrounding it. He cradled the compass in his palm, its needle pointing steadily north, toward the place and the person who had unexpectedly become his true direction. New York hit Ethan like a physical force, the noise, the pace, the press of people moving with determined urgency. After 6 months in Alaska, the city of his birth felt like a foreign country, simultaneously familiar and strange. His parents met him at the airport, their faces a mixture of joy and confusion. They'd supported his abrupt departure to Alaska, understanding his need for distance after Mia, but his decision to return to Talkeetna so quickly baffled them. "It's just so remote," his mother said over dinner at their home in Rochester. "And the winters, Ethan, you said it gets to -40. "Sometimes," he agreed, smiling, "but the aurora makes up for it." His father studied him across the table. "You're different, more settled." "I am," Ethan acknowledged. "Alaska changed me. Willow changed me." "Is she the reason you're going back?" his mother asked. "She's part of it. but it's more than that. He struggled to articulate the transformation he'd undergone. I found purpose there, a different rhythm of life, a connection to something larger. The work, it's honest in a way architecture never was for me. But you loved architecture, his father protested. You worked so hard for that degree, that position at Kaplan's. I know, and I'm not saying I want to give it up entirely, but I'm trying to find a way to have both. The conversation circled without resolution, but Ethan was grateful for their willingness to listen, to try to understand. By the time he left for his apartment in the city the next day, they'd shifted from concerned opposition to cautious support. The apartment, once shared with Mia, then briefly occupied by Ethan alone, felt smaller than he remembered. Most of his belongings remained in storage, the space furnished with only essentials. Still, it was home enough for the few weeks he planned to stay. His meeting with Simon Kaplan, his former boss, went better than expected. The firm had indeed kept his position open, impressed by his talent and understanding of his personal setback. "We'd be happy to have you back, Ethan," Simon said, his office overlooking Central Park. "Full salary, benefits, everything as it was." "That's incredibly generous," Ethan replied. "But I'm not staying in New York, at least not full time." Simon's eyebrows rose. "Oh?" "I'm moving to Alaska, permanently." Saying it aloud made it real, a commitment, not just an idea. "But I was hoping we might discuss a remote arrangement. I could handle design work, client consultations via video call, occasional trips back for in-person meetings." He laid out his proposal, watching Simon's expression shift from skepticism to consideration. By the end of the meeting, they had sketched the outlines of a possible arrangement, reduced hours, project-based work rather than full employment, quarterly visits to the New York office. Not ideal from Simon's perspective, but workable. "You're talented enough to make this worth accommodating," Simon said finally. "But I have to ask, what's in Alaska that's worth rearranging your entire career?" Ethan thought of Willow, of the dogs, of the northern lights, and the quiet cabin by the lake. "Everything that matters," he answered simply. Over the next weeks, Ethan settled his affairs with practiced efficiency. He arranged to rent out his apartment, met with clients to explain his new arrangement, and spent time with friends who had mostly given up on seeing him after the breakup with Mia. "So you're really doing this?" asked Jason, his oldest friend, as they shared drinks at their favourite bar. "Trading New York for, what did you call it? Talkeetna?" "Yep." Ethan smiled. Population 301, soon to be 302. "Because of a girl you've known for 6 months?" "Because of the life I found there. Willow is a huge part of that, but it's not just about her." Ethan traced a pattern in the condensation on his glass. "It's about who I am there versus who I was here." Jason studied him. "You do seem lighter. Less like the walking corpse you were after Mia left." "Thanks for that image. You know what I mean? I haven't seen you this sure of yourself in years." Jason raised his glass. "To Alaska, then. May it be everything you hope." The last item on Ethan's New York agenda was the hardest, seeing Mia. They'd maintained sporadic contact during his time away, but he felt he owed her an in-person goodbye, a proper closure to their shared history. They met at a quiet cafe near the apartment they'd once shared. When she walked in, Ethan was struck by the absence of the pain he'd expected. Mia was still beautiful, still familiar in the way only someone you've loved for 8 years can be, but the sight of her no longer ached. "You look good," she said, sitting across from him. "Tan, more muscular." "Dog sledding will do that," he replied with a small smile. "You look good too." And she did. There was a lightness to her, a confidence that had been missing in their final months together. She'd cut her hair, changed her style somewhat, but the real difference was in her eyes. Like him, she seemed more at peace. "So you're really moving to Alaska?" she asked after they'd exchanged pleasantries. "For good?" "That's the plan." He told her about the arrangement with Kaplan's, about the B&B, about his cabin by the lake. "And about the girl," Mia added gently. "Willow, right?" Ethan hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, she's important to me." "I'm glad." To his surprise, she seemed genuinely pleased. "I was worried about you. After us. I didn't want you to close yourself off." "I almost did," he admitted. "But Alaska had other ideas." They talked for nearly 2 hours, moving from the awkwardness of ex-lovers to something approaching the friendship that had always been the foundation of their relationship. Mia told him about her new job in publishing, about the classes she was taking, about rediscovering parts of herself she'd set aside during their years together. "I was right," she said as they prepared to leave, "about us needing to find ourselves separately. I just never imagined it would take you to Alaska to do it." "Life has strange detours," Ethan agreed, "but I think we both ended up where we needed to be." Outside the cafe they hugged goodbye, a real embrace, not the stiff, pained gesture they'd shared at their breakup. As he watched her walk away, Ethan felt the final thread of his old life gently release, not severed, but resolved, set in its proper place among his memories. That night, he called Willow. Their daily conversations had become a lifeline during their separation, but tonight felt different, weightier, more significant. "I saw Mia today," he told her, sitting on the floor of his nearly empty apartment. "It was good. Healing." "I'm glad," Willow said, her voice clear despite the distance. "Did it make you question anything?" It confirmed everything. He touched the compass that sat beside him. "I'm coming home, Willow. To you, to Alaska, to the life we're going to build." The silence that followed was filled with emotion he could feel across the miles. "When?" she asked finally. 3 days. I've booked the flights. I just need to pack up the last of what I'm bringing." 3 days, she repeated, and he could hear the smile in her voice. "The dogs miss you. Gran's been making your favourite bread. Grandpa keeps checking the thermometer, saying it's warming up just in time for your return." "And you?" he asked softly. "I've been recording things for you. The lake ice breaking up, the first geese returning. Spring sounds." Her voice caught slightly. "I've missed you more than I can say." "I love you," he told her. "I'll be home soon." 3 days later, as promised, Ethan stepped off the small plane in Talkeetna. The air was warmer than when he'd left, the first hints of spring evident in the patches of exposed ground where snow had melted. The familiar truck waited by the airstrip, but this time it wasn't just Willow who had come to meet him. Frank and Rosemary stood beside her, and beyond them, to Ethan's surprise, the entire dog team harnessed to the large sled. Juno, at the lead, barked excitedly when she saw him. "What's all this?" he asked as Willow embraced him. "Your welcoming committee," she said, her grey eyes bright with happiness. "And your chariot home." Frank clapped him on the shoulder. "Figured your first ride back should be in style, though you'll have to drive. My hip's acting up again." Ethan laughed, overcome with the rightness of the moment. He greeted Rosemary with a hug, then knelt to give Juno and the other dogs the attention they demanded. Finally he turned, back to Willow. "I have something for you," he said, reaching into his pocket for the compass. "As promised." She took it with a smile, then surprised him by pressing it back into his hand. "Keep it," she said. "You've proven you know how to use it." As they loaded his bags onto the sled, Ethan felt the last of his uncertainty fade. The path ahead might not be perfectly straight or always clear, but he had found his true north, in this wild place, with these good people, and especially with the remarkable woman who now stood beside him, ready to navigate whatever came next. Together. 1 year later, the northern lights rippled across the Talkeetna sky, painting the darkness with veils of green and purple. On the deck of the newly expanded cabin by the lake, now their home, Ethan and Willow sat wrapped in a handmade quilt, watching the celestial display. "Hard to believe it's been a year," Willow said, leaning into him. "Sometimes it feels like you've always been here." "In the ways that matter, I think I have," Ethan replied, his arm around her shoulders. The past year had brought changes to Northlights and to them. With Ethan's design background and connection to Kaplan's, they'd modernised the B&B's offerings while preserving its rustic charm. Frank's hip had finally required surgery, making Ethan's permanent presence even more valuable. The dog sledding tours now operated year-round, using wheeled rigs in summer, and had become one of the most sought-after experiences in the area. Ethan's remote work arrangement had evolved too. He now served as consultant for Kaplan's Ellie Alaskan projects, travelling to Anchorage occasionally, but maintaining his base in Talkeetna. His field recordings had gained a following online, with several being licensed for documentaries about the Alaskan wilderness. But the most significant change lay between them, in the deepening of their connection that had transformed initial attraction into lasting partnership. "I have something for you," Ethan said, reaching into his pocket, or rather, something to ask you. Willow turned to him, her grey eyes reflecting the aurora above. "I'm listening." He withdrew a small wooden box hand-carved with a pattern of mountains and stars. "I made this from that spruce that fell during the November storm." She took it, running her fingers over the intricate carving. "It's beautiful. Open it." Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, lay a ring, not a traditional diamond, but a band of polished meteorite inlaid with local jade and tiny aurora-coloured opals. "Willow Morgan," Ethan said softly. "I came to Alaska broken, looking for silence. I found music instead, in the wilderness, in the rhythm of this life, and most of all, in you." He took her hand. "Will you marry me? Not because we need any ceremony to confirm what we already know, but because I want to stand under these same lights and promise you forever in front of everyone we love." Tears filled her eyes, catching the colours of the aurora. "Yes," she whispered. "Of course, yes." As he slipped the ring onto her finger, a particularly brilliant wave of green light pulsed overhead, as if the sky itself were celebrating their promise. Later, they lay in bed listening to the faint chorus of wolves in the distance, a sound Ethan had captured many times but never tired of hearing. Willow's head rested on his chest, her breathing slowing towards sleep. "Do you ever miss New York?" she asked drowsily. "The life you had before?" Ethan considered the question, his hand absently stroking her hair. "I miss certain things. Good pizza, art museums, being able to get Thai food at midnight. But that life feels like a prologue now, like everything before Alaska was preparing me for this, for here, for you." She lifted her head to look at him, her expression soft in the dim light. "What do you think would have happened if we'd met in New York? If we'd crossed paths there instead of here? I'd like to think we would have found each other anyway," he said. "That some connections are inevitable, regardless of geography." "You're getting poetic in your old age, Ethan Cole," she teased, settling back against him. "Alaska does that to a person, or maybe it's just loving you." Outside, the aurora continued its silent dance across the sky, nature's reminder that the most profound beauty often comes after the darkest nights. Inside, Ethan held the woman who had helped him rediscover not just love, but purpose, not just healing, but growth. His last thought before drifting to sleep was not of what he'd left behind, but of all that lay ahead. Seasons changing, dogs aging, a B&B thriving, a love deepening, a life being lived fully and intentionally in this wild place that had become, improbably but perfectly, home. The end. Passport stamps. The city had no name worth keeping. It sat at the crossroads of two rail lines, a place where travellers stopped not to see anything but to change trains, and the locals had long since stopped noticing the foreigners, the way a river stops noticing the stones in its bed. There were cafes that stayed open until no one was left to serve, and hotels with sheets that smelled of lavender and other people's departures, and a clock tower that chimed at odd intervals, as though it too had lost track of where it was going. Carla Garcia arrived on a Tuesday in October with 2 bags and a fellowship she'd spent 11 years earning. The fellowship was in computational linguistics. It was prestigious. It was by every measure she'd been taught to apply the correct next step. She had written the acceptance letter in 3 drafts, each one more confident than the last, and she had not told anyone that the 3rd draft had taken her 4 hours because she kept deleting the word fine. She found a room above a pharmacy on a street where the shutters were painted the particular shade of green that only exists in places that have given up trying to be picturesque. The room had a narrow bed, a radiator that clanked like something alive, and a window that looked out onto a courtyard where someone grew tomatoes too late in the season, the plants still reaching upward with a stubbornness that bordered on the absurd. She unpacked methodically, clothes in the wardrobe, books on the nightstand, a photograph of her mother face down, not out of cruelty, out of a tenderness so acute it had become indistinguishable from avoidance. On Wednesday she found the cafe. It was called, simply, Le Passage, and it occupied the ground floor of a building that seemed to have been designed by someone who had never seen a right angle. The chairs were mismatched. The espresso was too strong. A chalkboard menu had been erased and rewritten so many times that the surface had turned a permanent ghostly grey, and the handwriting of the current offerings was layered over the ghost impressions of 100 previous meals, so that if you looked closely you could read, faintly beneath the soup of the day, the remains of desserts no one remembered ordering. She sat by the window with a coffee she did not want and a notebook she did not open, and she watched the street. A man across the way was trying to load a mattress into a van that was clearly too small. He was laughing at himself. 2 women walked past arm in arm, arguing about something that made them both gesture wildly with their free hands. A child stopped to examine a puddle with the gravity of a scholar examining a primary source. Carla watched all of this and felt, for the first time in months, something other than the low-grade static that had been humming behind her ribs since she had agreed to leave. The man was already there when she came back Thursday. He sat at the bar with a book, open in front of him, though he was not reading it. He was watching the barista make coffee with the kind of attention that suggested he was either deeply interested in the process or deeply bored with everything else. He was handsome in an unfinished way, strong jaw, dark hair that fell across his forehead like an afterthought, the kind of bone structure that would look better at 40 than it did now. But what struck her was not his features. It was the stillness that surrounded him, a quality like the air in a church after everyone has left, or the pause between exhale and inhale. He inhabited space the way most people merely occupied it, and the effect was magnetic in a way that had nothing to do with attraction, and everything to do with relief, as though his mere presence suggested that the world might after all consent to slow down. When Carla sat down at her usual table by the window, he glanced over. Not a long look, not an appraising one, simply the acknowledgement that someone had entered a room, the way a tree might register a change in light. She ordered her coffee. He returned to not reading his book. This happened again on Friday. And Saturday. By Sunday it had become a kind of choreography, unspoken and precise. She arrived. He was there. They occupied the same space without occupying each other's attention, and something about this arrangement felt, against all logic, like the most intimate thing that had happened to her in years. His name was Marcus. She learned this not because they introduced themselves, but because the barista called it out when his coffee was ready, and he looked up with the slightly startled expression of a man who's been thinking about something far away. On Monday, When she arrived at the cafe, he was already standing, gathering his things to leave. Their paths intersected at the door. He held it open for her, an ordinary gesture, except that he met her eyes while doing it, and in that brief exchange of glances something passed between them that was not quite a greeting and not quite an acknowledgement, but something else. Permission, perhaps, or recognition. "Thank you," she said. He nodded, stepped aside, and was gone. On Tuesday he was there again, and this time when she sat down he glanced over and said very simply, "You're here often." It was not a question, it was not an invitation, it was simply an observation, delivered in a voice that suggested he had been thinking about whether to say it for some time. "So are you," Carla replied. A pause, then, "I'm Marcus." "Carla." They did not shake hands. They did not move closer. They stayed where they were, on opposite sides of the cafe, and talked across the distance like two people calling to each other across a river, the words arriving slightly altered by the crossing, stripped of their sharper edges, made softer by travel. He was a tutor. Languages mostly, though he said this the way someone might say they collected stamps, as an activity that filled the hours between one place and the next. He had been in this city for 3 weeks. Before that, somewhere in the south. Before that, somewhere else. The geography of his life was a series of departures, each one clean, each one complete. "Don't you want to stay somewhere?" Carla asked. He considered this with genuine interest, as though she had posed a real question rather than the rhetorical one most people meant by it. "I used to think staying was the point," he said. "Now I think it might be the thing people do when they're afraid of what they'll find if they keep looking." Carla thought about this for longer than she intended. Outside, the October light was failing in the way it does in places between latitudes, not dramatically, not with the long, golden slant of the south, but with a quiet, almost apologetic dimming, as though the day were trying not to disturb anyone on its way out. "Or," she said, "it's what you do when you finally found it." He looked at her then, really looked, with an attention that was neither flirtatious nor clinical, but simply curious, and she felt something shift in her chest, some small door she had not known was closed, clicking open by a fraction of an inch. It was Carla who suggested the marriage. She would not have been able to explain afterward exactly how the conversation arrived there. They had been talking for 2 hours, the longest conversation she had had with anyone since arriving, possibly since leaving, and the talk had moved, as good talk does, from the surface to the depths without either of them noticing the descent. They had spoken about language and its failures, about the particular loneliness of being very good at something no one else finds interesting, about the way cities feel different when you know you are leaving them versus when you know you are staying. "The trick," Marcus had said, leaning back in his chair with his hands wrapped around a coffee gone, cold, "is that no one tells you the rules have changed. You spend your whole life optimizing for one set of conditions, and then one day you realize the conditions have shifted and all your careful calculations are meaningless. So what do? You make a new calculation, a bad one probably, one that doesn't make any sense by the old rules." Carla looked at him across the table. The cafe was nearly empty now. The light outside had gone entirely. Somewhere, a church bell was ringing, though there was no church visible on any street she had walked. "Marry me," she said. She said it lightly, as a joke, as the kind of thing you say when the conversation has reached the point where the only honest move is an absurd one. Marcus did not laugh. He did not look shocked. He tilted his head slightly, the way a person does when they are genuinely considering an offer they had not expected to receive. "Why?" he asked. And Carla, who had spent 11 years preparing careful arguments for careful audiences, found that the only answer available to her was the true one. "Because neither of us knows what we're doing," she said, "and I'm tired of doing it alone." A long silence, not an uncomfortable one, the kind of silence that has weight and texture, That means something is being decided. Okay, Marcus said. They did not, in fact, get married. What they did was stranger and, in its way, more honest. They agreed to act as though they were married, to travel together, to share rooms, to introduce each other as spouses, for as long as the experiment felt worth running. There were no terms, no end date, no discussion of what would happen if one of them wanted to stop. If it stops working, Carla said, on the morning they left the city with the chiming clock tower, we just stop. Agreed, said Marcus, and lifted her bag into the overhead compartment of the train, with an ease that suggested he had been lifting other people's bags for a long time. They went south. First, because the weather was turning and because neither of them had anywhere they needed to be. The towns they passed through were small and indifferent to tourists, places where the shopkeepers knew every face and regarded strangers with a politeness that was also, unmistakably, a kind of distance. Carla and Marcus moved through these towns like water through stone, leaving no mark, disturbing nothing. They shared a room in each place they stopped, a narrow room, usually with one bed or two beds pushed close together, and a window that looked out onto something, a garden, a courtyard, a neighbour's washing line, that made the space feel less like a hotel and more like a life temporarily borrowed. The first night, in a village where the inn smelled of wood smoke and old wine, they lay in the dark on opposite sides of the mattress, with a space between them that was precise and deliberate, like a margin on a page. "This is strange," Carla said to the ceiling. "Yes," said Marcus. "Good strange or bad strange?" A pause. She could hear him breathing, steady, unhurried, the breathing of someone who had learned, or always known, how to be at ease in unfamiliar places. "I don't know yet," he said. "Ask me tomorrow." Tomorrow she did not ask. She did not need to. Something had shifted in the night, not between them, exactly, but in her. She woke feeling more rested than she had in months, and the feeling was so unfamiliar that she lay still for several minutes, trying to identify it before she realised what it was. She had slept without dreaming about work. They fell into routines with a naturalness that surprised her. In the mornings he made coffee while she opened the curtains. They ate breakfast together at whatever table was available, reading or talking or sitting in a silence that required no performance. In the afternoons they walked, not to see things, but simply to move, to let the landscape pass through them like music through a room. In the evenings they cooked if there was a kitchen, or ate simply if there was not, and talked until the talking tapered off into tiredness, and they went to bed. It was during these evenings that Carla began to notice the architecture of his evasions. He talked freely about almost everything, about the places he had been, the languages he spoke, the books he had read and discarded and loved. But when the conversation turned toward the interior, toward what he wanted, what he feared, what kept him moving from place to place like a man outrunning something he could not name, he deflected with a skill so practiced it was almost invisible. A change of subject, a joke, a sudden interest in the view outside the window. She recognised the technique because she used it herself. One evening, in a town where the river ran green and fast and the inn had a garden with a table under a walnut tree, she said, "You know, you don't have to do that." He looked up from his wine. "Do what?" "Leave when it gets close." He held her gaze for a long moment. His face in the last light was unguarded in a way she had not seen before. Not vulnerable exactly, but open, the way a door is open when no one has thought to close it. "I don't know how not to," he said, and then quieter, "I haven't needed to." She did not press. She understood, in the way one understands things that have nothing to do with language, that this was as close as he had come to saying something true about himself, and that to push further would be to break something that had not yet finished forming. The desire, when it came, did not arrive like weather. It arrived like a season, gradually, then all at once, so that when Carla finally acknowledged it, She could not have said when it had begun. It was there in the way she noticed his hands, long-fingered, ink-stained at the knuckles from the notebooks he filled with observations she was not meant to read. It was there in the way she registered, the sound of him moving in the room at night, the particular quality of his footsteps, unhurried and certain. It was there in the mornings, when she woke to find him already up, already dressed, already standing at the window with a coffee, and the sight of him, ordinary, domestic there, produced in her a warmth that had nothing to do with the radiator. She did not act on it, neither did he, but the space between them on the bed narrowed, by imperceptible degrees, over the course of weeks, and the silences between them changed character, became charged, became weighted with something neither of them named, became the kind of silence that is not an absence of words, but a surplus of them, held back. One night, in a room where the rain was so loud it sounded like applause, Marcus reached across the space between them and took her hand, not with urgency, not with intention, simply held it, the way you might hold something you had picked up and not yet decided what to do with. Carla did not move. She did not pull away. She lay in the dark with his hand around hers and listened to the rain, and felt beneath the warmth of his palm the slow and steady pulse of something that was not yet desire and not yet love, but was becoming both. The fellowship sent its first email on a Monday. It was polite. It was even gentle, in the way institutional communications are gentle when they are about to apply pressure. The project timeline had been moved up. There were expectations about when she would begin active research. A conference in March, a paper due in February. The language was careful, but the message was clear. The world she had left was waiting, and it was not prepared to wait much longer. Carla read the email 3 times, then closed her laptop and sat very still for a long time, listening to the sound of Marcus chopping vegetables in the kitchen of the cottage they had rented for the week. The sound was rhythmic and domestic, and in that moment almost unbearable. Marcus had, the same week, been offered a position, a real one, with a fixed address and a salary, and all the markers of a life that was going somewhere. It was in a city far from where they were. He told her about it casually, over dinner, in the tone of someone reporting the weather. "Are you going to take it?" she asked. "I haven't decided. It's a good opportunity." "It is." They didn't look at each other. The silence between them, which had been for weeks a warm and inhabited thing, turned cold, not hostile, worse than hostile, uncertain. The fights when they came were not loud. They were quiet and precise, like surgery performed without anesthesia. They fought about the dishes and about the route they would take tomorrow, and about whether the window should be open or closed. And beneath every argument was the same unspoken question, pressing against the surface like a hand against glass. Is this real, or is it only possible because it ends? You drift. Through people, Carla said one evening, and the words came out sharper than she intended. You drift through places. You have this whole philosophy about motion and impermanence, but has it occurred to you that it might just be cowardice? Marcus went very still. When he spoke, his voice was flat in a way she had not heard before, emptied of its usual warmth, as though he had withdrawn something essential from it. "Has it occurred to you," he said, "that your plan might be the cowardice, that you built this whole careful structure, the fellowship, the career, the path, so that you would never have to stand still long enough to find out what you actually want?" The words landed. She felt them land, felt the small, sharp intake of breath that meant something true had been spoken aloud. She did not answer. She went to bed early, and he stayed up, and in the morning they were polite to each other in the way that two people are polite when politeness is all that remains. The withdrawal was not dramatic. There was no scene, no slammed door, no declaration. They simply stopped reaching for each other. The space on the bed widened again, degree by degree, as though pulled apart by some invisible tide. They still shared meals. They still walked together in the afternoons. But the walks felt different now, purposeful rather than drifting, as though they were both trying to get somewhere rather than simply being somewhere. Carla lay awake at night and listened to Marcus breathing on the other side of the bed and felt the distance between them. Not physical, but something else. Something harder to measure. And the feeling was not grief exactly. It was worse. It was the particular ache of wanting something you can see and refusing to reach for it, because reaching would mean admitting that it matters, and admitting that it matters would mean that losing it could hurt you. She'd spent 11 years making sure nothing could hurt her. The fellowship was proof. The plan was proof. The careful, optimized architecture of her life was a structure designed to withstand exactly this kind of pressure. The pressure of wanting, of needing, of being afraid. And now here she was, in a rented cottage in a town whose name she would forget, lying next to a man she had known for 6 weeks, and the whole structure was shaking. It happened on a Thursday in the kitchen, at 2 p.m, when the light came through the window at an angle that made everything in the room look slightly unreal. Carla was packing. Her fellowship bag was open on the table, the one she'd brought from home, the one that had travelled with her through 11 years of conferences and deadlines and carefully managed ambition. She was folding clothes into it with the methodical precision of someone dismantling a life she had temporarily inhabited. Marcus was sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee he was not drinking, watching her. "You're leaving," he said. It was not a question. "I have to." "No," he said. "You don't. You want to. There's a difference." She stopped folding. Her hands went still on the fabric, a shirt she had bought in one of the small towns they had passed through. Something soft and dark that she had chosen because it felt good against her skin. Because for once she had chosen something not for its utility, but for the way it made her feel alive. "And what do you want?" she asked. The question was not rhetorical. It was the first time she had asked it without deflection, without the protective layer of irony or implication. She asked it plainly, the way you ask a question when you're tired of not knowing the answer. Marcus set down his coffee. He looked at her across the kitchen, across the open bag and the folded clothes and the space that had grown between them over the past 2 weeks, like a wall built brick by brick in the dark. "I want to stop running," he said. "I have wanted to stop running for a long time. I just didn't know where to stop. And now?" He didn't answer with words. He stood up from the table and crossed the kitchen, 3 steps, 4, and stopped in front of her, close enough that she could feel the warmth of him, the particular heat that a living body generates, which is one of the most ancient and unremarkable things in the world, and also, in that moment, the only thing that mattered. "I have been terrified," he said, "of being chosen, of someone looking at me, really looking, not at the surface, not at the useful version, and deciding to stay. Because then I would have to stay too, and I don't know who I am when I'm not moving." Carla looked at him. His face was open in a way she'd seen only once before, that evening under the walnut tree when he had said I haven't needed to. But this was further. This was the place beyond the door, the room he had kept locked, and he was standing in it now without flinching. "I don't know who I am when I'm not performing," she said. "When I'm not being the person who got the fellowship, who followed the plan. I don't know what's underneath all of that. I'm not sure I've ever looked." "Then look," he said. "Now. Here. With me." She didn't answer. What happened next was not the kind of thing that can be narrated from the outside. It is too interior for that, too rooted in the body's own logic, which is older and more eloquent than any language Carla had ever studied. What she knew afterward, what settled into her the way sediment settles into still water, was this. It was not urgency that moved them, it was decision. The kind of decision that does not feel like a choice at all, but like the removal of an obstacle, the final quiet dropping of a resistance that had been the only thing standing between where they were and where they had already, in some deeper sense, arrived. His hands on her were not tentative, they were not greedy, they moved with the same quality of attention she had seen in him from the beginning, that particular way of being present, of registering what was in front of him without trying to possess it or escape it. He touched her the way someone reads a landscape, with patience, with curiosity, with the understanding that what is being witnessed cannot be rushed or summarized. She had not been touched like this in a long time, perhaps ever. The men before, the few, careful men before, had touched her as though her body were an obstacle between them and what they wanted. Marcus touched her as though her body were what he wanted, not as an object but as a place, a country he was choosing to enter and remain in. And Carla, who had spent years treating her own body as a vehicle for her mind, useful, maintained but fundamentally instrumental, felt something unlock, something that had been coiled tight for so long she had forgotten it was there, a warmth that began at the centre and moved outward, slow and deliberate, like dawn arriving in a room where no one has opened the curtains in years. She did not perform, she did not manage, she simply was, present, open, held. And the sensation of being held without condition, without expectation, without the need to be anything other than what she was in that moment, was so startling that it brought tears to her eyes, though she did not cry. He noticed. Of course he noticed. He paused, his forehead against hers, and said nothing, because there was nothing to say. The tears were not sadness. They were the particular release that comes when something you didn't know you were carrying is finally set down. Afterward they lay in the narrow bed with the afternoon light still moving through the kitchen window, and Carla felt, not happy, exactly, but something adjacent to happiness, something quieter, a sense of having arrived at a place she had not known she was travelling toward, and of finding it not glamorous or dramatic, but simply right, the way a key is right for a lock, not because it is special, but because it fits. "I don't know what happens now," she said. "Neither do I," said Marcus, and then, "but I know I'm not leaving." They did not stay in the cottage forever. Life does not work that way, and neither of them had ever believed it did. The fellowship was still there, waiting. The position Marcus had been offered was still there, waiting. The world, with its calendars and its obligations and its insistence on being lived in rather than merely experienced, pressed gently but firmly against the edges of their stillness. But something had changed in the way they faced it. Carla wrote back to the fellowship. She did not withdraw. She did not apologize. She simply told them, with a clarity that surprised even her, that she would need to renegotiate the timeline, that she was not running away from the work but toward a version of it that made sense to her, and that this might take a little longer than anyone had planned. Marcus called about the position. He told them he was interested, but that he needed it to be somewhere they could both live. Not because he was asking permission, because for the first time in his adult life, the decision about where to go was not his alone to make, and he found, to his own astonishment, that this did not feel like a constraint. It felt like an anchor, the good kind, the kind that does not hold you in place but gives you something to move from. They spent the last week in the cottage doing very little. They cooked elaborate meals and ate them slowly. They walked in the evenings when the light turned the countryside the colour of old honey, and they held hands without thinking about it, the way two people hold hands when it has stopped being a gesture and becomes simply a fact. One morning, Carla found a small leather notebook on the kitchen table. Open to a page Marcus had written on the night before, she did not read it. It was not meant for her, and she understood now the difference between intimacy and intrusion. But she saw the first line, written in his careful, slanted hand. "The trick is not to stop moving. The trick is to find someone worth being still for. She closed the notebook and left it where it was. On the last morning they packed together, 2 bags each now, the weight of a life slightly expanded by the sharing of it. The pharmacy below their first room in the crossroads city had become, in memory, a kind of origin myth. The place where the experiment had begun, the strange and tentative first step of a journey neither of them had planned. Carla stood at the window of the cottage and looked out at the garden, where someone, Marcus she realised, had planted 3 small tomato seedlings in the corner of the yard. They were too late in the season. They would not produce fruit before the frost came, but they were there, reaching upward with the same stubborn optimism she'd noticed in the first garden she had seen in the courtyard of her room above the pharmacy a lifetime ago. She did not say anything about them. She simply noted them and smiled, and turned back to the room where Marcus was waiting with his jacket on and his hands in his pockets and an expression on his face that she had come to recognise as his version of happiness. Quiet, slightly bewildered, as though he had not quite expected to find himself here and was still adjusting to the fact that he had. "Ready?" he asked. "Yes," she said. They walked out together into the morning, which was bright and cold and unremarkable in every way, except that they were in it, and they were choosing to be, and the choosing, not the accident, not the momentum, not the current of circumstance carrying them forward, was the thing that made it real. After the silence clears. The mountain town of Ridgeline existed in a state of perpetual waiting, not the anxious kind that frayed nerves, but the patient vigilance of people who understood that fire season was not a question of if, but when. Pine smoke threaded through the valley even in April, a ghost of summers past and a prophecy of summers to come. Elena Marsh had chosen Ridgeline for its silence. 3 years ago her voice had been everywhere. Morning drive time, podcast clips, viral moments dissected by strangers who had never met her but felt entitled to her shame. The breakdown had lasted 47 seconds on air. The fallout had lasted considerably longer. She'd driven west until the cell towers thinned and the radio stations faded to static, then kept driving. Ridgeline had no local station. It barely had internet. It was perfect. The cabin she rented sat at the edge of town, close enough to walk to the general store, but far enough that she could pretend the rest of the world had forgotten her. Most days she almost believed it. The first time she saw him was at the Bluebird Cafe, the only place in town that opened before 6. Eleanor had developed a routine. Wake before dawn, walk the half-mile into town while the stars still held, order black coffee from whoever was working, and sit by the window watching the mountains materialise from darkness. He was always there first. She noticed him the way you notice a chair that's always occupied, a fixture of the landscape rather than a person. He sat in the corner booth, thermal cup already half empty, reading incident reports with the kind of focus that suggested the words mattered. Volunteer firefighter she'd gathered from snippets of conversation. His name was something simple. Tom. No. Theo. Theo Brennan looked like he'd been carved from the same granite as the surrounding peaks. Solid, weathered, built to endure. Grey threaded his dark hair at the temples. His hands, when they wrapped around the coffee cup, bore the calluses of someone who worked with them. He never looked at her directly, which made him safe. 6 weeks into her residency in Ridgeline, Eleanor's propane tank developed a leak. She'd stood in her driveway, staring at it with the particular helplessness of someone whose expertise lay entirely outside the realm of practical maintenance when a truck pulled up. Need a hand? His voice was lower than she'd expected, with a texture like creek stones worn smooth. Eleanor nodded, not trusting her own voice. She still rationed words like a resource that might run out. Theo climbed from the truck with unhurried efficiency. He examined the tank, retrieved tools from his truck bed, and had the leak patched in 20 minutes. When he finished, he stood, wiping his hands on his jeans. Should hold until you can get a replacement. I'd call Morrison's in Cedar Falls. They'll deliver. Thank you. The words emerged rusty. She cleared her throat. I'm Elena. Theo. He extended his hand. When she took it, his grip was warm and certain, held exactly long enough before releasing. You're in the old Garrett cabin. For now. Good bones on that place. Foundations solid. He glanced at the woodpile beside her porch. You'll want more firewood before October. Fire season's coming, but after that, winter hits fast. She followed his gaze. I'm not sure I'll still be here. Something shifted in his expression. Not disappointment exactly, but a kind of recognition. Well, if you are, let me know. I'll bring some by. He left before she could respond, his truck disappearing down the gravel road in a cloud of dust that caught the morning light. That night, Eleanor lay in bed listening to the silence. In Los Angeles there had always been sound, traffic, sirens, the particular hum of a city that never quite slept. Here, the quiet had depth and texture. Wind through pine, the distant call of an owl, the settling of old wood. She thought about Theo's hands on the propane valve, competent and sure. About the way he'd looked at the mountains when he mentioned fire season, like a sailor reading weather in distant clouds. About how he hadn't asked her why she was here, or what she was running from. They developed a pattern without discussing it. At the Bluebird they occupied separate tables but acknowledged each other with nods. When the town held a community meeting about fire preparedness, she sat in the back row while he stood near the front, and their eyes met once across the crowded room with a recognition that felt almost electric. In June, the volunteer fire department organised a brush clearing day. Elena showed up because it seemed like the thing a good neighbour would do, not because she'd overheard Theo mention it at the cafe. She told herself this firmly. He found her struggling with a pile of manzanita, its branches twisted and stubborn. You want to cut low, where it's newer growth, he said, kneeling beside her. The old wood's too dense. Here. His hand covered hers on the loppers, guiding the angle. Heat radiated through the contact point, his palm against her knuckles, spreading up her arm like spilled whiskey. Like this, he murmured, and together they made the cut. When he released her hand, the absence felt significant. They worked side by side for 3 hours, speaking little but moving with increasing synchronization. He'd gesture toward a section that needed clearing. She'd begin before he finished pointing. She'd drag cut branches to the pile. He'd already have moved to the next area. As the sun climbed toward noon, and other volunteers began to drift toward the shade and the coolers of water, Theo straightened, pulling off his gloves. You're good at this. Following instructions, reading terrain, knowing what matters. He took a long drink from his water bottle, his throat working. Most people rush it, miss things. Eleanor felt something loosen in her chest. I'm good at paying attention. Yeah. He studied her with those steady grey eyes. I noticed. The moment stretched between them, taut as a wire. Someone called his name from across the clearing and the spell broke. I should... He gestured vaguely toward the voice. Of course. But he paused before leaving, turning back. There's a weather watch tonight. Wind's supposed to shift. I'll be up at the fire tower if you want to see what we look for. It wasn't quite an invitation. It was an open door. What time? Sunset. I'll be there until midnight. Eleanor nodded, not trusting herself to say more. The fire tower stood at the highest point in Ridgeline, accessible only by a narrow trail that switched back through dense pine. Eleanor climbed it as the sun descended, her heart beating harder than the altitude alone could explain. Theo was already there when she arrived, leaning against the railing with binoculars around his neck. The entire valley spread below them, mountains stacked like waves toward the horizon. You came. You invited me. I mentioned it. That's not quite the same thing. But he smiled, and it transformed his face, revealing a warmth she'd only glimpsed in fragments. He taught her how to read the wind, the way it bent the trees, the patterns it made in the grass, the smell it carried from distant places. He showed her the burn scars on far ridges, explaining how fire moved, what it consumed, what it left behind. That one was 5 years ago, he said, pointing to a swath of silver snags. I was on the line when it jumped the creek. Thought we had it contained, but wind came up out of nowhere, and suddenly we were running instead of fighting. Eleanor heard what he didn't say. The fear, the chaos, the impossibility of control. Did everyone make it out? Most of us. He lowered the binoculars. My partner didn't. Went back for gear we didn't need. Couldn't get out fast enough when the crown fire came through. The weight of it settled between them. I'm sorry, Elena said quietly. It was a long time ago. But the way he said it suggested time hadn't done the work people claimed it did. They stood in silence as the sun touched the mountains, bleeding gold across the sky. The wind had died to almost nothing, and the world felt suspended. Can I ask why you don't talk much? Theo's voice was careful. You don't have to answer. Elena's throat tightened. She'd known this would come eventually. I used to talk for a living. Radio host. Morning show in Los Angeles. She forced herself to continue. I had a panic attack on air. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. It went viral. People made it into memes, reaction videos. My voice became entertainment. Jesus. I haven't been on microphone since. Haven't wanted to be heard. Theo was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his words were deliberate. The thing about fire is, it doesn't care about your intention. You can do everything right, clear the brush, wet the perimeter, watch the wind, and it'll still surprise you. Find a way through you didn't anticipate. He turned to face her. But that doesn't mean you stop trying. Doesn't mean the trying wasn't worth something. Eleanor felt tears press hot against her eyes. What if I can't? Can't what? Speak without breaking. He reached out slowly, giving her time to refuse, and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. His fingers lingered against her temple. You're speaking now. The touch was everything. Permission and restraint. Desire and patience. Elena leaned into it fractionally, and Theo's breath caught. They stood like that, balanced on the edge of something neither had named, as the stars began to emerge overhead. Then his radio crackled, and they stepped apart. Summer deepened. The town held its collective breath as temperatures climbed and rain became memory. Elena found herself spending more time with Theo. Not dates exactly, but shared moments that felt more intimate than anything she'd experienced in years. They repaired her porch railing together, their hands brushing as they passed tools. He taught her to identify tree species by bark and smell. She taught him that silence could be comfortable, not just the absence of noise, but a presence of its own. One evening, as they sat on her porch watching twilight claim the valley, Theo asked about her radio work. What did you love about it? The question surprised her. Everyone else had asked why she'd left, what had gone wrong, whether she'd ever go back. No one had asked what she'd loved. The immediacy, she said slowly. The way you could create connection across distance. Someone alone in their car going through something hard, and suddenly they're not alone. Your voice becomes company. You were good at it. How would you know? I looked you up. He said it without apology. After you told me. Listened to some of your old shows. You had this way of making people feel seen, like you actually cared about their stories. Eleanor's chest constricted. Past tense. Only if you choose it to be. Before she could respond, he stood. I should go. Early shift tomorrow. But he paused at the porch steps, turning back. The look in his eyes was naked hunger barely restrained. Elena? Yes? I'm trying to go slow here. trying to do this right. But you should know. I think about you constantly. When I'm on shift, when I'm trying to sleep, when I'm doing anything else. You're there." The confession hung between them, trembling with potential. "I think about you too," she whispered. Theo closed his eyes briefly as if steadying himself. "Good. That's good." He left before either of them could say more, but Elena sat on the porch long after his truck disappeared, her heart a wild thing in her chest. In August, everything changed. The fire started 20 miles north, sparked by lightning from a dry storm. Within 2 days, it had consumed 15,000 acres and was spreading fast. Evacuation orders went out for the northern reaches of the valley. Theo was assigned to the front line. Eleanor saw him briefly at the command post, suited up in yellow Nomex, his face already streaked with ash. Their eyes met across the chaos of trucks and shouting and radio chatter. He came to her, ignoring protocol. "If the order comes for Ridgeline, you leave. Don't wait. Promise me." "Theo, promise me, Elena." She nodded, unable to speak around the fear lodged in her throat. He touched her face just once, thumb tracing her cheekbone. Then he was gone, swallowed by smoke and duty. 3 days later, a news crew arrived in Ridgeline. Eleanor was at the cafe when they walked in, cameras and entitlement, looking for human interest stories about the fire. The reporter was young and ambitious, scanning the room with predatory efficiency. Her eyes landed on Elena. Recognition flickered. Elena watched it happen in slow motion. The double take, the narrowing focus, the cruel delight of discovery. "Oh, my God, you're Elena Marsh, the radio host who..." Elena was moving before the woman finished, out the door and into a truck, hands shaking so badly she could barely get the key in the ignition. She drove home in a blur, locked herself inside the cabin, and did something she hadn't done in 3 years. She pulled out her old recording equipment. The microphone sat on her desk, accusatory and patient. Eleanor stared at it, breathing hard. Somewhere 20 miles north, Theo was fighting fire. Somewhere in town, that reporter was probably already making calls, crafting her story, preparing to resurrect Elena's shame for another round of viral attention. She could run again, pack up, disappear, find another quiet place to hide. Or... Eleanor's hand trembled as she reached for the microphone. The evacuation order for Ridgeline came at dawn on the 7th day of the fire. Eleanor had already packed. She loaded her truck with methodical efficiency, clothes, laptop, the few possessions that mattered. The recording equipment went in last, carefully wrapped, but instead of driving west away from the fire, she drove north toward the command post. She'd spent 3 sleepless nights recording. Not a radio show, not entertainment, something else. Stories from Ridgeline residents about fire and survival, about community and resilience. She'd interviewed the cafe owner, the librarian, families who'd lost homes in previous fires and rebuilt. She'd even, in a moment of reckless courage, recorded her own story. Not the breakdown, not the viral clip, the whole story. What came before, what came after, what she'd learned in the silence. At the command post, chaos reigned. The fire had jumped containment and was racing toward Ridgeline faster than anyone had predicted. Firefighters moved with controlled urgency while incident commanders shouted into radios. Elena found Theo near the map tent, exhausted and ash-covered, deep in conversation with his captain. "Eleanor," he looked shocked, then angry. "You're supposed to be evacuated." "I know, I will, I just..." She thrust the hard drive at him. "This is for afterward. Stories from Ridgeline. When people ask what was lost, this is part of what was here." He took it, confused. "You recorded this?" "Yes. But you don't..." "I do now." She met his eyes. "You were right. About trying mattering even when you're afraid. I was afraid of my voice because I'd let other people own it, define it, but it's mine. And silence isn't safety, it's just another kind of surrender. A gust of wind carried ash and heat across the clearing. Someone shouted about wind shift. The urgency ratcheted higher. "You need to go," Theo said urgently. "Now, Elena." "Come with me." "You know I can't." "Then promise you'll come back." Her voice broke. "Promise me." Theo pulled her against him, crushing her into an embrace that smelled of smoke and sweat and fear. His mouth found hers, and the kiss was everything they'd been, restraining, desperate and claiming and tender all at once. "I'll come back," he murmured against her lips. "I'll always come back to you." She forced herself to release him, to climb back into her truck, to drive away while every instinct screamed to stay. In her rearview mirror she watched him grow smaller, a solitary figure silhouetted against smoke and flame. The fire burned for 11 more days. Elena waited in Cedar Falls with 100 other evacuees, glued to updates and incident reports, watching the fire's perimeter expand and contract on digital maps that reduced everything to coloured lines and acreage. Theo checked in once, a brief text. "Still here. Stay safe." She replied, "You too. I'm waiting." On day 18, the fire was declared contained. On day 20, residents were allowed to return. Ridgeline had survived, though the surrounding forest bore deep scars. Homes on the northern edge were gone. The community centre had burned. But the town centre stood, smoke-stained, but intact. Eleanor drove back in a caravan of returning residents, her heart in her throat. Theo's truck was parked at the fire station. She found him in the equipment bay, exhausted beyond words, cleaning gear with mechanical precision. When he looked up and saw her, something crumpled in his expression. "You came back. So did you." They met in the middle, and this time there was no restraint. His hands tangled in her hair as he kissed her like a man claiming breath after drowning. She pressed into him, needing to feel him solid and real and alive. "My cabin or yours?" she whispered against his mouth. "Yours is closer." They barely made it through her door. Theo kissed her against the wall, his hands spanning her waist, pulling her flush against him. Eleanor gasped at the contact, at the solid heat of him, at the way her body responded with an urgency that felt both terrifying and inevitable. "Tell me if you need me to stop," he murmured, his mouth tracing her jaw, her throat. "Don't stop. Don't you dare stop." He made a sound low in his chest, something between a groan and a prayer, and lifted her. She wrapped her legs around him as he carried her to the bedroom, their mouths never separating. They tumbled onto the bed in a tangle of limbs and desperate hands. Theo pulled back long enough to strip off his shirt, and Elena's breath caught at the sight of him. Broad shoulders, scarred torso, the evidence of a life lived in the path of flame. She traced one scar with trembling fingers. "Tell me about this one." Later. His hands found the hem of her shirt. "Right now, I need—" "Yes." They undressed each other with fumbling urgency, barriers falling away until skin met skin and the world narrowed to touch and breath, and the exquisite discovery of each other. Theo's hands were reverent as they learned her body, mapping each curve and hollow with calloused palms that made her shiver. He kissed her collarbone, her chest, the soft skin of her stomach, each touch a question answered with her gasps and murmured encouragement. When he finally moved over her, his eyes found hers in the dim light. Eleanor, just her name, but it held everything. Desire and tenderness and the promise of something beyond this moment. "I'm here," she whispered. "I'm here." They came together slowly, and Elena felt something fundamental shift. This wasn't just physical joining, it was trust made tangible, silence transformed into the most profound kind of communication. Their bodies spoke what words couldn't capture: need, and surrender, strength and vulnerability, the exquisite terror of being truly seen. Theo moved with controlled intensity, building sensation until Eleanor thought she might shatter from it. Her fingers dug into his shoulders as pleasure spiraled higher, and when she finally broke, crying out his name, he followed, his face buried against her neck as they trembled together. In the aftermath, they lay tangled in sheets in each other, hearts gradually slowing. "I love you," Theo said into the stillness. "I've loved you since you showed up at that brush clearing in completely impractical shoes and worked harder than anyone else there." Elena laughed, the sound rusty but genuine. "I love you too, since the propane tank probably, maybe before." He propped himself on one elbow, studying her face with infinite gentleness. "What now?" "Now?" She traced the line of his jaw. "Now we rebuild. The town. Ourselves. Together." "Together," he agreed, and kissed her again, slow and deep and full of promise. 6 months later, on a February morning, crystalline with cold, Eleanor stood in front of a microphone in what used to be the community centre. The fire had taken the building, but the town had rebuilt it better. Larger meeting space, better acoustics, a small broadcast booth that had been Elena's suggestion. Ridgeline was launching a community radio station, and they'd asked her to host the inaugural broadcast. Theo stood at the back of the room, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and a smile playing at his lips. Elena looked at the microphone, then at the faces gathered around her. Neighbours, friends, people who'd become family in the wake of shared disaster and recovery. "Good morning, Ridgeline," she said, her voice steady and sure. "Welcome to Mountain Voices. I'm Elena Marsh, and I have some stories to share with you." She spoke about the fire, about loss and rebuilding, about the strength found in community. She played the recordings she'd made, stories of resilience and hope, and she told her own story, not the viral clip version, but the whole truth. Breakdown and recovery, silence and return. The man who taught her that being heard could be an act of love. When the broadcast ended, Theo was there. "How do you feel?" he asked, terrified, exhilarated, myself. "Good." He pulled her close. "Come on, I have something to show you." They drove to the fire tower as the sun climbed higher. In winter, the valley lay pristine under snow, the burn scars softened by white. They climbed the trail together, their breath misting in the cold air. At the top, Theo pulled out his phone and pressed play. Eleanor's voice filled the tower. Not from the broadcast, but from a recording she didn't remember making. She was laughing, telling some ridiculous story about her first attempt at splitting firewood, her happiness audible and unguarded. "I recorded this last week," Theo said, "while you were practicing for today. I wanted you to hear what I hear. Joy, strength, your voice the way it's meant to sound." Eleanor's eyes filled with tears. "When did you become such a romantic?" "When I met a woman worth being romantic for." He cupped her face in his hands. "Marry me, Elena. Build a life with me here in this absurd mountain town where the silence has weight and the fire always comes, but so does spring." "Yes." She kissed him, tasting snow and promise and the future they'd build together. "Yes, absolutely yes." Below them, ridgeline stretched out in winter peace, and the mountain stood witness to what fire had tested and love had proven true. The silence between them was no longer absence, it was presence, chosen, shared, and profound. It was home, the end.